Welcome back, brothers, to Ammo Lore. Tonight we're diving into the lore of the Black Dragons. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like, comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from that bird. I want to thank you guys for support. I've been killing it like always. Now, let's get into the video.
Incunabla did not smell of decay. That was its first obscenity. It should have stunk like a charnel house. It should have reeked of opened bodies, sour blood, burned hair, cauterized nerves, and the wet copper breath of butchered meat. Instead, the sealed gene vaults breathed incense, sanctified alcohol, machine oil, and the cold sterility of filtered air. Every surface gleamed beneath lumen strips. Every drain was scrubbed clean by blind vat servitors. Every surgical rack had been polished until it reflected the candle flames trembling before the icons of the Emperor, the Omnissiah, and the Primarchs whose bloodlines lesser minds had dared to touch. Beneath those icons, men made gods again. Glass sarcophagi filled the vault in ordered ranks, each one connected to humming nutrient engines and cogitator stacks carved with prayer script. Within the amniotic murk, organs moved in slow, obscene patience. Gene seed cultures bloomed like pale flowers in red gel, lungs flexed without bodies, secondary hearts pulsed in captivity, osmodular tissue rippled in its silver brine, black carapace implants clung to support frames like flayed pieces of midnight hide, nerve filaments twitching whenever the machine spirits whispered through them. Above the sarcophagi, incense sensors swung from servo arms. Beneath them, the bodies waited. They were aspirants no longer, not in the way a mortal understood the word. Their humanity had been unstitched, measured, divided into usable components and rebuilt according to scripture disguised as science. They lay bound upon medici slabs in rows of black iron. Their shaved scalps bore inked catechisms. Their chests were opened and sealed and opened again. Their bones had already begun to thicken under the tyranny of implanted organs. Their muscles bunched too densely beneath bruised skin. Their teeth grew too hard. Their eyes tracked movement with a predator's stillness, even through the haze of sedative fumes. Some prayed. Some bit through leather gags until their mouths filled with blood. Some made no sound at all. The Mechanicus genitors preferred the silent ones. Magos Genitor Acast Helkir watched from the observation dais, his red robes hanging from a body that had more in common with surgical machinery than flesh. 3 ocular lenses turned in the brass cage of his skull. His jaw had been replaced by a vox grill that clicked between low Gothic and bursts of Binharic irritation. Beside him stood 2 hooded observers bearing the rosette of the Inquisition, their faces hidden in shadow, their hands folded within their sleeves, as though they stood at a funeral rather than a birth. Perhaps it was both. The 21st founding proceeds within acceptable deviation, Helkir intoned. The foremost inquisitorial observer did not move. Acceptable to Mars, or acceptable to the throne? A ripple of static crawled through Helkir's throat grill. It might have been amusement. It might have been contempt. The distinction is devotional, not practical. Many heresies begin as practicalities. Many victories do as well. Below them, a medici servitor drove a surgical spike into an aspirant's sternum. The body arched against its restraints. The aspirant's mouth opened around the gag. No scream emerged, only a wet exhalation as a secondary heart fought its first rhythm inside a chest that had never been meant to hold it. The inquisitorial observer watched the convulsion. You seek improvement. We seek restoration, said Helkir. The legions Astartes were wrought in a brighter age. The chapters that came after are fragments of fragments, bloodlines diluted by time, war, attrition, and ignorance. The Imperium bleeds on a million worlds. It requires weapons without weakness. It requires servants without corruption. The Emperor made sons. We make blades. The Emperor made what no man living understands. Then we shall learn by cutting. The observer turned his hooded face at last. That is the most honest thing you have said. Helkir gave no answer. His attention had descended to the 8th slab in the 3rd row, where the aspirant designated Cadro Var had begun to resist the restraints. Not thrashing, not panic, resistance. There was a difference. The aspirant's hands were chained palm down to the iron. Medici needles trembled in his arms. His ribcage rose and fell with a slow, furious rhythm. His eyes were open, black pupils fixed on the ceiling icons as though he despised them for looking down on him. Sedation irregularity, droned a VAT adept. Increase narcotic flow, Helkir commanded. The adept adjusted a brass valve. Yellow fluid pulsed through clear tubes into Kydro's veins. Kydro did not sleep. His jaw tightened. The flesh of his forearms bulged. One of the apothecarian overseers, still new to the rites of the projected chapter, leaned closer to the slab. His armor was not yet painted in final colors. His gauntlets were bare ceramite, his narthecium blades clean and sanctified. He placed 2 fingers against the swelling beneath Cadro's skin. The flesh split. Bone drove out through the meat. It did not grow like a deformity. It punched free like a weapon, forcing its way from a scabbard. A white hook, slick with blood and yellow fat, tore through the aspirant's left forearm. Then another broke through the right. The restraint shrieked as Kydro's hands clenched. The slab's machine spirit spat warning runes. His blood steamed where it touched the surgical lamps. The overseer took a step back. Kydro looked at the bone jutting from his arm. His lips peeled from his teeth. It was not fear, it was not even surprise. It was hatred learning its shape. Pain response, asked Helkir. Catastrophic, replied the adept. Vocalization? None. The inquisitorial observer leaned forward. Is that failure? Helkir's lenses clicked tighter. No, that is discipline. Another aspirant screamed then, farther down the row. His cry broke the chamber's false holiness. It rose raw and animal, dragged from lungs that were no longer merely human. His skull swelled beneath the skin. Ridges formed along his brow, pressing up like buried talons beneath flesh. His scalp tore in a jagged red line, and bone crests emerged through the blood. The servitors clamped him down. The apothecaries cut, sealed, and cut again. Prayer speakers in the walls began chanting the litany of bodily dominion. Flesh is weakness, bone is duty, blood is tithe, pain is instruction. More aspirants began to change. The os modular had not merely strengthened them. It had rebelled against restraint, obeying some deeper instruction buried in the gene script, or in the arrogance of those who had rewritten it. Forearms swelled, shoulders broadened, skulls hardened into crueler silhouettes. One aspirant's teeth shattered in his mouth as his jaw thickened too fast. Another's spine cracked loud enough to echo through the vault. A third vomited blood and surgical fluid, until a Medicae servitor suctioned his throat clear and forced air into him with a piston pump. The inquisitorial observer whispered, "Abomination." Helkir whispered back, "Potential." The debate began before the blood had dried. It was not a debate of mercy. No one in the gene vault asked whether the aspirant suffered too greatly. No one questioned whether the work should have been done. No one spoke of souls except as property of the Emperor, and no property had the right to protest its use. The genitors argued over purity thresholds. They argued over field performance. They argued over whether abnormal bone proliferation represented taint, instability, or combat adaptation. One sect of red-robed savants demanded immediate termination of the batch and thermal cleansing of the vault. Another requested expanded observation and accelerated implantation trials. The apothecaries spoke with colder voices than the machine priests. They were warriors first, surgeons second, and they saw what the others could not admit. A space marine who carried his blade inside his flesh would never be disarmed. A warrior whose bones grew like killing edges could strike when chainsword teeth jammed, when power fields failed, when ammunition counters blinked empty and the enemy pressed close enough to smell through a cracked helm. One apothecarian master, Brother Malrek, stood over Kedro Var as the aspirant's blood ran down the slab in steady streams. Malrek wore a white helm marked by a black vertical stripe. His armor was still without chapter heraldry, for the chapter itself had not yet decided what it would be. In his Narthesium claws, he held a saw and a vial of clotting agents. He did not use either. "Leave the growths," Malrek said. A janitor clicked angrily. "Unregulated extrusion risks systemic trauma." It has already happened. The subject may be compromised. The subject is awake. Kedro's eyes moved from the ceiling icon to Malrek's faceplate. Malrek leaned close. "Aspirant Var, do you hear me?" Kedro's throat worked. Blood threaded between his teeth. "Yes." "Do you feel pain?" "Yes." "Do you fear it?" A long silence followed. The machines hummed. The servitors waited. The inquisitorial observers watched from above like carrion birds, deciding which corpse would ripen first. Kedro drew breath through his nose. His forearm blades trembled, still wet from birth. "No." Malrek turned toward the dais. "Record success." One of the inquisitorial observers made the sign of the aquila within his sleeves, slow and hidden. The other began dictating into a sealed data slate. By order of observation, gene line displays persistent skeletal irregularity beyond sanctioned prediction. Loyalty unproven. Combat potential significant. Recommend continued surveillance, restricted tithe verification, and immediate censure contingency if instability worsens. He paused, then added the sentence that would follow the chapter for centuries. Effectiveness does not constitute purity. On the 9th day of the trials, one of the aspirants became too much of what they had made him. His name was struck from the record before his blood cooled. In the chamber, before deletion, he had been called Odran. He had survived every organ implantation. He had endured the biscopea, the hemastomen, the melanchromic alteration, the black carapace preparation. He had killed in the trial cages. He had spoken the oaths without hesitation. Then his bones decided they no longer required the permission of his flesh. It began during the catechism of obedience. The aspirants knelt in a circle within the lower apothecarian, bare torsos marked by fresh scars, heads bowed beneath the gaze of apothecaries, and the first chaplain assigned to shape them into warriors. The chaplain's name was Barak. He wore black armor before any other among them did, as though he had already seen the color of their fate. His crozius was iron and unfinished, its head not yet shaped into the drake's skull it would one day bear. He walked among the kneeling aspirants, helm fixed to his belt, scarred face exposed to the cold light. "You are not men," Barak said. "Men plead, men bargain, men rot behind walls and call fear wisdom. You are not men. You are the Emperor's answer to the dark. You are the fist that closes when worlds rebel. You are the silence after the bolter speaks." He stopped before Kedro. "Your flesh has betrayed you." Kedro did not raise his head. "Look at me." Kedro obeyed. Barak's eyes were black and pitiless. "Your bones have broken the boundaries set for them. Your blood offends the clean and comforts the weak in their suspicion. Tell me, aspirant, are you ashamed?" "No, Lord." "Then you are a fool. Shame is a blade. Hold it by the grip, not the edge." Barak lifted one gauntleted hand and touched the bone growth protruding from Kedro's forearm. "Your bones are the Emperor's knives. Your pain is not shame. Your shame is weakness." The words entered the aspirants like a second implantation. "Your bones are the Emperor's knives. Your pain is not shame. Your shame is weakness." Then Odran began to scream. His back arched so violently that the stone beneath his knees cracked. Ribs punched outward through his chest, not breaking so much as unfolding. White spars burst through skin and muscle, opening him like a cage built from inside the body. Blood sprayed across the kneeling aspirants. His jaw split with a wet crack, widening around teeth that grew too long, too fast, too many. His spine rose beneath the flesh, each vertebra pushing up until his back became a ridge of jagged bone. An apothecary reached for his bolt pistol. Barak raised a hand. No. Odrun clawed at the floor. His fingers broke as new bone forced through the knuckles. He tried to speak, but the sound came out as a bubbling shriek. Whatever mind remained inside him was drowning in pain, instinct, and mutation. He lunged at the nearest aspirant. Ribs spread like hooks. The aspirant died badly. Odrun's cage of bone closed around him and tore him open from throat to belly. Blood splashed Barak's greaves. Intestines spilled across the floor in steaming loops. The dying aspirant tried to hold them in with both hands, staring in mute confusion, as if his body had committed treason against him. Still, the chaplain did not draw his weapon. He looked at the survivors. Kill him. No one moved for the span of a breath. Barak's voice became quieter, worse. Kill him, or kneel beside him as failures. Kedro moved first. He rose without a weapon. His forearm blades were still raw, still unshaped, still painful with every motion. He stepped over the dying aspirant's spilled entrails and took Odrun's charge with his shoulder. The impact hurled him backward, but he did not fall. Bone scraped bone. Odrun's malformed ribs slashed Kedro's chest and opened him across the sternum. Kedro drove his left forearm blade into Odrun's throat. It did not go deep enough. Odrun struck him in the face. Kedro's cheek split. A tooth flew from his mouth. Another aspirant crashed into Odrun from behind, locking both arms around the mutant's spine. A third seized one of the protruding ribs and pulled until it snapped free in a gush of blood and marrow. Odrun screamed. Kedro struck again. This time his bone blade punched beneath the jaw and up into the skull. Odrun thrashed. The aspirant holding him from behind lost an eye to a backward hook of bone, but did not release his grip. Kedro braced both feet, snarled through ruined lips, and forced his arm higher. The blade ground through cartilage, palate, and brain. Odrun died standing. The aspirants did not let him fall until Barak gave permission. The chaplain walked among them as they panted, bled, and stared at the corpse of what might have been their brother. He placed one hand on Kedro's shoulder. You hesitated. Kedro spat blood onto the floor. Not next time. Barak nodded once. Good. Remember him. Then forget his name. That was the first law of the Black Dragons, though no one had yet spoken the chapter name aloud. The dead were warnings. The living were weapons. The heraldry came after the blood. Black was chosen not for mourning, though there would be mourning enough in the centuries to come. Black was judgment. Black was the void between stars. Black was the sealed chamber, the hidden blade, the oath spoken where no innocent thing could hear it. White was chosen not for purity. The chapter had already learned the cost of claiming that word. White was bone. White was the truth beneath skin. White was what remained when fire had finished with flesh. The first suits of power armor were painted in silence. Artificer serfs worked under apothecary watch. Servo skulls drifted above the armor racks, chanting Binharic blessings. Pauldrons were marked with draconic devices. Helms received bone-pale crests and snarling grill work. Reliquaries were carved to resemble rib cages. Chainswords were sanctified in oil and ash. Bolt pistols were placed beside the armor as secondary tools, for the chaplain insisted each warrior understand that he himself was the first weapon. When Kedro Var first stood armored in black and white, he looked less like an angel than a verdict. The ceramite plates locked around his enlarged frame with hydraulic snarls. His forearm growths had been filed, shaped and capped with temporary iron sheaths. Each movement hurt. The pain was constant, intimate, instructive. He accepted it, as he had accepted the organs in his chest and the scars down his spine. He accepted it because refusal meant nothing. Brother Malrek walked around him, inspecting the fit of the armor. Grip! Kedro flexed his hand. The gauntlet obeyed. Blade extension. Caedro rotated his wrist. The bone spur slid along the outer line of the vambrace, iron sheath scraping against ceramite. "Acceptable," Malrek said. Caedro looked down at the black armor, then at the white markings upon it. "What are we?" Chaplain Barak answered from the chamber arch. "The Imperium will call us many things." Caedro turned. Around him, the other survivors stood in their first warplate, black and white beneath the lumen glow, each one scarred, altered, watched. "Mutants," said Barak. "Abominations, cursed, useful, dangerous, loyal when they require our blood, unclean when they fear the hand that spills it." He walked down the line, Crozius striking the deck with every step. "We will not waste breath correcting lesser men. We will not beg for trust. We will not hide our bones like shameful wounds. Let them look upon us and know what the Emperor spends to keep their worlds alive." He stopped before Caedro. "We are black dragons." The name settled into the chamber, not noble, not gentle, not clean, a warning. From the observation gallery, the inquisitorial observer sealed his censure and watched the first warriors of the chapter kneel before their chaplain. He had seen enough to know they were loyal. That made the matter worse. Traitors could be named, hunted, and burned. Mutants who wore the Aquila and killed in the Emperor's name were a deeper wound. They forced the Imperium to ask what it valued more, purity or survival. The observer pressed his signet into hot wax and whispered his final notation. "Loyalty may be genuine. Loyalty does not make mutants safe. Decades passed in war. Incunabla became a memory sealed beneath oaths, vault codes, and dead witnesses. The gene seed continued. The curse continued. The black dragons bled across unnamed moons, ash wastes, void hulks, and rebel bastions. They saved worlds that would never know who had come for them. They burned populations that would never understand why death had worn the Emperor's colors. They were praised in public records, questioned in private archives, and watched by eyes that never slept. Caedro Var survived long enough to become more weapon than aspirant. In the assault bay of the strike cruiser Ebon Drake, he knelt with the warriors of the Dragon Claws while the ship trembled around them. Warning klaxons pulsed like a slow heartbeat. Drop pods hung in their launch cradles. Thunderhawks waited with engines growling. Chapter serfs moved between kneeling giants carrying sensors, ammunition drums and reliquary chains. Servitors dragged weapon racks across the deck. The air tasted of promethium, oil, ozone and old blood. Apothecaries moved among the kneeling Astartes. Their work was not gentle. Caedro held out his arms. The apothecary before him removed the old sheaths from the bone blades that jutted from his forearms. The exposed growths were long, curved and brutal, their surfaces polished by years of filing and sanctification. They had killed men, xenos, mutants, and things that had no right to exist. They had broken on armor and grown again. They were part of him in the way hatred was part of him. The apothecary fitted adamantium over the bone. The metal casing closed with a hard mechanical click. Pain flared up Caedro's arms and into his shoulders. His black eyes opened behind his helm lenses. He did not move. Across the bay, Chaplain Barak stood older, scarred deeper, his armor darkened by centuries of smoke and war. The Crozius in his hand had been remade into the skull of a drake. His voice rolled through the vox as the fleet translated toward another world, begging for angels. "Brothers," the dragon claws bowed their helms. "The clean will fear you. The weak will curse you. The dead will not speak against you. Let the enemy learn what judgment grows beneath our skin." Caedro flexed his newly sheathed blades. Adamantium whispered against ceramite. Barak raised his Crozius. "Bless the curse." The fleet did not sail through the void. It advanced like a funeral procession. Black hulls moved between the cold stars with their running lights dimmed and their gun ports shuttered. Strike cruisers glided in loose formation around the greater mass of the battle barge Ebon Drake, their prows carved into blunt, predatory silhouettes. Escort frigates prowled at the edges of the formation, their auspex spines turning like the feelers of carrion insects. Reliquary vessels drifted behind them, heavy with bone shrines, sealed sarcophagi, and the dust of brothers whose names were remembered only when the chaplains permitted grief. Gene vault ships held the chapter's future in armored wombs, surrounded by void shields, murder servitors, and kill codes that would reduce the vessels to burning debris before any enemy hand could touch what slept within. There was no home world behind them, no fortress monastery rooted in volcanic stone, no mountain keep beneath a poisoned sky, no ash plain where aspirants might look upon the same horizon their ancestors had feared. There was only steel, steel decks, steel chapels, steel armories, steel coffins, steel altars where bone was cleaned, engraved and sealed into reliquaries, steel chambers where aspirants were made into weapons or meat, steel corridors where lumen strips burned low and red, making every passage seem lined with old blood. The black dragons carried their home inside the fleet, and the fleet carried them like a chain of tombs. Aboard Ebon Drake, the reclusiam was built around a furnace. Its heat washed over black stone, iron icons and pillars carved with the names of the dead. Bones hung from chains above the central nave, some human, some Xenos, some too warped to name. The largest were Astartes bones, sealed in white lacquer and inscribed with battle honors. They were not hidden. They were not softened beneath cloth or gold. They hung bare beneath the furnace glow because the black dragons had learned early that concealment was a cousin of shame, and shame was an enemy to be strangled before it learned to speak. The brothers knelt in ranks before the furnace, black armor drinking the light, white heraldry shining like exposed marrow. Some bore the curse openly. Bone ridges rose from their brows beneath crested helms. Forearm blades, sheathed in adamantium, rested along their vambraces. Others showed little mutation beyond the thickness of their frames and the harsh angles of their skulls. These brothers wore false ridges on their helms or carved bone crests into their pauldrons, not in mockery, but in oath. The curse belonged to all of them, whether their flesh confessed it or not. Weakness was concealed. Mutation was displayed. Shame was burned. Chaplain Darrig walked before the kneeling warriors with his crozius held in both hands. The weapon's head had been wrought into the hooked skull of a drake, its iron jaws open around a caged ember taken from the reclusium furnace. His armor was black, but no plate upon him was unmarked. Every surface bore scripture, execution tally, purity seal, or the scratched names of brothers he had judged. His helm was fixed to his belt, leaving his scarred face naked to the heat. One side of his jaw had been replaced by black iron. His eyes held no comfort. He had never learned the art of consolation. He had learned better arts. "The flesh lies," Darrig said. His voice rolled through the chamber, and the vox grills of every helm repeated it in a low murmur. "The flesh lies," the brothers answered. "The bone remains. The bone remains. The flame reveals. The flame reveals. The claw decides. The claw decides." Darrig turned, furnace light burning across the ridges of his face. "You were not made to be forgiven. You were not made to be loved by the masses that foul the Emperor's worlds with breath and panic. You were not made so that lesser men could look upon you and feel safe. You were made so that the enemies of mankind might learn that terror has a loyal face." He stopped before a line of neophytes. Their armor was incomplete, their bodies already enlarged beyond mortal proportion. Surgical scars crossed their throats, spines, chests and limbs. Some bore fresh swelling beneath the forearm skin. Others had skull ridges pushing against shaved flesh, the growths not yet broken through. Darrig looked upon them as an executioner might inspect condemned prisoners. "You have survived the making. That is nothing. Survival is the instinct of vermin. Endurance is the duty of warriors. Today you begin the rites. The first rite was bone. They hung the neophytes in the apothecarian, chained by the wrists beneath white lamps, stripped to the waist and marked in black ash. Apothecaries moved among them with narthecium claws extended. The chamber smelled of antiseptic, hot metal and blood kept too clean to rot. Servitors chanted pressure readings in dead voices, while surgical cogitators monitored pulse, clotting speed, skeletal stress, and pain response. Apothecary Mordain watched from the center of the chamber. He was tall even for an Astartes, his white armor layered over black underplate, his helm crowned by a narrow crest shaped like a splinter of bone. His reductor was old, its drill casing blackened by centuries of use. His left gauntlet ended in delicate surgical talons. The right bore a bolt pistol, because mercy in the apothecarian had many forms, and not all of them were quiet. Mordain believed the curse was not a wound, it was a resource. Other apothecaries feared that belief. They did not voice it where he could hear them, but silence had its own weight. Brother Galvar, keeper of the secondary vaults, refused to leave. Mordain alone, with viable progenoid cultures. Brother Scaphus had once argued that the curse should be monitored, not encouraged. Mordain had replied with a question that still haunted the apothecarian. If the Emperor gives a blade, do you file it blunt to make cowards comfortable? Now he stood before the first neophyte and opened the youth's forearm with a single clean incision. The scream came immediately. It echoed against the surgical glass and iron saints. Mordain ignored it. He parted meat with his talons, revealing white bone swelling beneath the muscle. The growth was immature, curved inward, useless if left unguided. Mordain clamped it with forceps and pulled. The scream became a wet snarl. "Pain is language," Mordain said. "Translate it into obedience." He fitted a shaping brace around the growth and locked it against the bone. The neophyte's whole body trembled. Blood ran down his arm, fell in bright drops, and vanished through the grated floor. Another neophyte vomited black bile. A third bit through his tongue rather than cry out. Kedrovar watched them from beside the chamber door. He was no longer an aspirant with fresh bone tearing through skin. He was Brother Sergeant Var of the Dragon Claws, broad in black plate, his helm held beneath one arm, his forearm blades sheathed in dark adamantium. The years had not softened him. They had refined the hatred in his features until it sat there like a weapon at rest. Scars bracketed his mouth. One cheekbone had healed too thick. His eyes were the color of void glass. Mordain looked to him. This one will live. Kedro watched the neophyte convulse. Will he kill? That is your right to answer. The second right was fire. They took the survivors to the furnace galleries beneath the reclusium. The air there shimmered with heat. Promethean braziers burned along both walls. Brass vents coughed sparks. Servo skulls floated through the haze, reciting the names of black dragons who had burned before breaking. Chaplain Darrig stood at the far end of the gallery. Between him and the neophytes lay a path of iron grating over open flame. No enemy waits for your comfort, Darrig said. No battlefield asks whether you are prepared. No brother can carry your fear for you. Walk. The first neophyte stepped onto the grating. Flame climbed around his legs. The smell of burning hair filled the chamber. He walked with fists clenched, eyes forward, body trembling despite the conditioning in his blood. By the midpoint, the soles of his feet were black. By the end, he fell to one knee before Darrig. The chaplain struck him across the face with the haft of his crozius. Stand. Pain is not permission. The neophyte stood. Another did not. Halfway through the gallery, he stumbled, inhaled fire, and collapsed against the grating. He clawed forward, armorless skin blistering and splitting. No one moved to help him. He managed another pace, then another, then stopped. His hands opened and closed against the iron as though he could pull strength from it. Darrig watched without expression. Name. The dying neophyte forced breath through burned lips. Oren. Remember Oren, Darrig said to the others. The neophytes looked at the burning body. Now forget him. The third right was Claw. It belonged to Cadro. He took them into the gutted remains of a dead freighter chained beneath Ebon Drake's keel. The hulk had been stripped of atmosphere, gravity, and holiness. Its corridors were black with old fire. Its compartments were split open to the void. Training servitors and condemned prisoners had been sealed within, armed with shotguns, blades, and mining charges. Servo skulls tracked the right from the walls. Apothecaries waited in boarding craft outside, ready to recover gene seed and discard failure. Cadro's dragon claws gathered around the neophytes in the launch chamber. Their jump packs growled on maglocks. Their bone talons gleamed along their arms. Some carried chainswords, others carried bolt pistols, combat blades, and boarding shields. None looked eager. Eagerness was for orcs and fools. Cadro fixed his helm in place. His voice emerged through the vox as a metallic growl. Savagery is a tool. Rage is a chain. If it pulls you, you are not a warrior. You are an animal waiting to be put down. A neophyte named Thane asked, "And if the enemy cannot be killed without rage?" "Lord?" Cadro turned his red eye lenses upon him. "Then use rage. Do not worship it." The boarding clamps opened. They launched into the hulk. Zero gravity took them like a fist. The neophytes tumbled at first, limbs too strong and discipline too young. Cadro moved among them with brutal grace, jump pack flaring in short bursts, adamantium talons punching into bulkheads to alter his momentum. His dragon claws followed, black shapes cutting through wreckage, using their own blades as anchors. The training servitors opened fire. Shotgun pellets sparked from armor. A mining charge detonated against a neophyte's chest and hurled him backward into a broken door frame. He slammed into it spine first. Something cracked over the vox. "Continue," Cadro ordered. The wounded neophyte tried. His legs kicked uselessly in the void. His spine had broken wrong despite the strength of Astarte's bone. He drifted slowly, breathing in wet bursts. A dragon claw marked his position for recovery. No one stopped. Cadro led the rest through the freighter's central spine. A prisoner lunged from a side hatch with a chain axe, screaming praise to nameless gods. Thane fired too late. The prisoner's axe bit into his pauldron and jammed there. Thane roared and drew his combat blade. Cadro struck him before he could swing. The blow smashed Thane into the wall. "Clumsy," Cadro said. The prisoner tried to wrench the axe free. Cadro seized him by the throat, drove one forearm blade through the man's sternum, and pinned him to the bulkhead. The prisoner twitched, blood globes floating from his mouth in the airless dark. Cadro looked at Thane. "He came close because you wished to answer insult with fury. Kill because killing is required, not because your pride bleeds." Thane rose. "Yes, Lord." Again. By the end of the rite, 2 neophytes were dead, 1 crippled beyond service, and 4 accepted into the outer training cadre of the Dragon Claws. Their dead were named in the Apothecarian. Their progenoids were harvested. Their failures were recorded. Then they were forgotten, as all useful grief was forgotten. War came before the blood had dried. The target was a void station named Halcyon Crown by the rebels who held it, though the name had belonged to the Imperium before piracy, hunger, and whispered cult doctrine made traitors of its masters. It hung at the edge of a dead shipping lane, a rusted wheel of docking spines, gun nests, and habitation modules. Its crews had raided pilgrim vessels, stolen promethium, sold captives to slavers, and broadcast demands beneath a stolen aquila. They expected negotiation because mortal tyrants often mistook delay for power. High Dragon Arvek Thorn gave them none. He stood on the strategium of Ebon Drake, while the station rotated in the hololith before him. Thorn wore black Mark VII warplate, reinforced for a body too large even by Astartes' measure. His helm was crested like a draconic skull, white bone ridges sweeping back over the crown. A master-crafted storm bolter rested mag-locked to his thigh. Across his back hung a thunder hammer with a haft wrapped in blackened hide. His voice, when it came through the vox, was low enough to seem dragged from the ship's bones. Boarding torpedoes to the command spine, thunderhawks to the outer docks, devastators silence the gun nests, dragon claws take the command crew alive if they can speak, dead if they delay. A surf officer bowed. The station requests terms, High Dragon. Thorn did not look away from the hololith. Terms were offered when they were born beneath the Emperor's light. They have since revised their allegiance. Chaplain Darrig stood beside him. Apothecary Mordain waited in the shadows, white armor ghostly beneath the strategium lamps. The station contains civilians, Mordain said. The station contains witnesses, Darrig corrected. Thorn turned his helm slightly. It contains infection until proven otherwise. The assault began in silence. Eben Drake's macro batteries fired first, not to destroy, but to blind. Shells burst around the station's auger towers and communication spines, shredding antennae and sensor masts into glittering scrap. Escort vessels raked the outer gun nests with lance fire. Void shields flared, weakened, failed. Then the boarding torpedoes came. They struck like black nails hammered into a coffin. One punched through the command spine and opened like a mechanical flower, disgorging tactical marines into smoke and decompression. Another breached a barracks module, its hatches blowing outward as bolters spoke in disciplined bursts. The third carried Cadro and the Dragon Claws. They landed among the command crew. The renegade officers were still shouting into dead Vox channels when the torpedo's inner hatch exploded open. Cadro came through first, jump pack snarling, bolt pistol firing. The first officer vanished from the waist up as a bolt round detonated inside his flak coat. The second raised both hands and began to scream surrender. Cadro's forearm blade took him through the mouth and out through the back of the skull. Dragon claws followed. They did not charge like berserkers. They advanced like butchers who knew the layout of the slaughterhouse. Bolt pistols barked, chainswords howled. Adamantium sheaths punched through ribs, throats, spines, and command thrones. A pirate captain in stolen carapace armor drew a power sword and managed a single swing before Thane, now armored in black, caught the blade on his vambrace and drove his own bone talon up beneath the man's chin. The captain kicked once, twice, then sagged with his face split around the protruding blade. Command deck secured, Cadro voxed. A wounded officer crawled toward a console, leaving a wide smear of blood. Cadro placed one boot on the man's spine. Navigation stores, the officer sobbed. Mercy. Cadro increased the pressure until vertebrae cracked. Navigation stores. The officer gave the access phrase. Cadro removed his boot and fired once into the back of the man's head. Elsewhere, the station died by sections. Devastators moved through recoil smoke and bolter thunder, clearing firing decks with crack missiles and heavy bolters. Assault squads cut through dock gangs and slave militias. Mortal renegades tried to flee into hab blocks, only to find the bulkheads sealed and the air thinning as Eben Drake's machine spirits took control of the station's environmental systems. In the strategium, a surf reported contamination markers in the civilian rings. Icons bloomed red across the hololith. Cult presence confirmed, said Mordain. Scrap code in the shrine cogitators. Blasphemous skin marks recovered from prisoners. Extent? Asked Thorn. Unknown. Darrig's crozier struck the deck once. Unknown is sufficient. A mortal officer aboard the station, dragged before Cadro with both arms broken, spat blood onto the deck. There are families in those rings. Cadro looked at him through red lenses. There are always families. Emperor, damn you! He already spent me. The hab rings vented. Atmosphere tore out into the void in white storms. Bodies followed, tumbling through burst windows and ruptured corridors, freezing as they spun. Some beat their hands against viewing ports before the cold took them. Some were already dead. Some were still screaming when their lungs emptied and their blood boiled in their veins. The black dragons watched only long enough to confirm containment. High Dragon Thorn stood over the captured station's hololithic heart as its systems bent the knee to Ebon Drake. "Mercy is not refusal to kill," he said, his vox carrying to every squad channel. "Mercy is killing before corruption spreads." No brother questioned him. By the 6th hour, Halcyon Crown belonged again to the Imperium. By the 7th, its dead outnumbered its prisoners. By the 8th, the prisoners worth keeping had given up their charts, codes, and pirate routes. By the 9th, they were corpses cooling in a storage bay, while servitors scraped the command deck clean. Mordain entered the station's sealed cogitator sanctum with 2 apothecaries and a squad of black-armored guards. The chamber hummed with damaged data engines. Prayer strips hung from the walls where the pirates had tried to imitate piety. Their lies smelled of candle grease and old fear. A message waited inside the primary stack. It had not come from pirates. It bore Mechanicus encryption, gene tithe authority, and the cold weight of distant Mars. Mordain decrypted enough to read the demand. The chapter's gene seed tithe was overdue. Verification rights were required. External inspection was requested with formal urgency. Refusal would be noted. Delay would be interpreted. One of the younger apothecaries said nothing, but his helm turned slightly toward Mordain. Mordain read the message again. Then he removed a section. Not all. That would be crude. Crudeness invited suspicion. He excised a timestamp, degraded a routing chain, altered a receipt marker, and allowed the message to appear delayed by astropathic interference and station damage. The summons remained. Its teeth were blunted. The younger apothecary watched in silence. Mordain closed the cogitator slate. "The chapter must prepare its tithe," the other apothecary said at last. "Yes," Mordain replied. "For inspection." Mordain turned, his white helm expressionless, his voice soft through the vox. "For war." Then, beneath the dead glow of the captured station's machine heart, Apothecary Mordain smiled where no one could see. The tithe vessel came under white flags and red oaths, and every gun in the Black Dragon's fleet tracked it from the moment it broke from the warp. It was called the Martyr of Sacred Continuance, a Mechanicus ark of iron sanctity and surgical purpose, long-bellied and blunt-prowed, its hull banded with bronze scripture and tooth-like docking clamps. Incense streamed from its exhaust vents in frozen grey ribbons before dispersing into the void. Red lumen sigils blinked along its spine. Its engine shrines burned with the dull fury of contained suns. Around it moved escort craft bearing the cog and skull of Mars, thin as scalpels beside the black mass of the Astartes fleet. Skitarii cohorts waited behind the Ark's armored boarding collars. Their radium carbines were held at ceremonial rest, which meant they could be raised and fired in less than a heartbeat. Gun servitors stood in alcoves along the outer hull, flesh sealed into weapon cradles, their dead eyes hidden behind targeting lenses. Cherubim drifted between the delegation craft and the Ark, carrying treaty parchments that had been copied, sanctified, sealed, countersealed, and rendered meaningless by the way every Auspex lock trembled with murder. The Ebon Drake received the vessel without welcome. Its macro batteries remained uncovered. Its lance arrays held cold alignment on the Martyr's primary plasma drives. Its boarding tubes extended slowly, each one a black iron throat. Across the Black Dragon's formation, strike cruisers adjusted by fractional degrees, enough to present broadside arcs without making the movement an insult. Escort captains whispered fire solutions through encrypted vox. machine spirits woke in their cradles and tasted the sacred oils of imminent violence. There would be no war, not unless someone made the first mistake. That was the horror of it. Open battle was honest. This was politics with loaded bolters. High Dragon Arvek Thorn stood in the command cathedral of the Ebon Drake, his black Mark 7 plate locked and sealed, his helm resting beneath one arm. The armor had been reforged around his abnormal frame until its silhouette seemed less manufactured than grown. White ridges swept across his pauldrons like exposed bone. A drake skull crest rose from the helm's crown. His thunderhammer was mag-locked to his back. Its head rested between his shoulders like a judge's final word. Around him, chapter serfs spoke in low voices from beneath their cowls. Servo skulls hissed between iron lecterns. The Strategium Hololith showed the martyr of sacred continuance suspended inside a cage of targeting runes. Chaplain Darrig stood to Thorn's right. Crozius grounded against the deck. Apothecary Mordain stood to his left, white armor blackened at the joints by use and old flame. Behind them waited Terminators from the First Company, their armor heavy enough to make the deck plates complain beneath every step. Their storm bolters hung low. Their power fists were not activated. They did not need to be. "They request confirmation of compliance," said a serf officer. Thorn's face did not move. "They have entered our guns and our hospitality. That is confirmation enough. The Mechanicus designation names this a holy tithe, High Dragon. All tithes are holy when taken by those with the strength to demand them." Mordain's helm turned slightly. The green lenses glowed in the half-light. The gene vaults are prepared. Darrig's ruined jaw clicked as he spoke. Prepared to surrender truth, or prepared to survive scrutiny? Both are surgical disciplines. Thorn looked down at the Hololith. The Mechanicus arc came closer, slow and patient. Every chapter pays its tithe to Mars. Gene seed for examination. Gene seed for preservation. Gene seed for future war. We are not exempt from law. "No," Darrig said, "only from trust." No one answered him. Trust was a luxury the chapter had never possessed in sufficient quantity to mourn its absence. The martyr docked under treaty seal. Its boarding collar kissed the ebon drake with a grinding pressure that echoed through the strike cruiser's bones. The rites of atmospheric union took longer than necessary. Both machine spirits tested pressure, purity, toxin count, radiation drift, and hidden weapon discharge. Both vessels pretended this was piety. Both vessels knew it was fear. When the inner hatch opened, Magos Genitor Odramek entered the Black Dragon's ship at the head of a delegation that looked less like visitors than a dissection procession. Odramek had once been shaped like a man. That fact remained mostly theoretical. His spine had been replaced by a brass-articulated column. His legs were a cluster of insectile piston limbs that stabbed the deck with clicking precision. 4 extra arms folded against his torso, each tipped with implements of investigation. Needle drill, flesh hook, sanctified lens, gene probe, bone saw. A cage of glass and iron covered the remains of his head, within which wet organic matter floated in nutrient suspension. His voice came from 3 vox emitters mounted in his chest, each one carrying a different layer of static, binharic cant, and clipped low Gothic. Behind him marched red-robed tech adepts, Skitari alphas, combat servitors with rotary cannons locked across their chests, and cherubim bearing silver containers. Behind them came a man in black. He was not tall beside the Astartes, but he possessed the peculiar gravity of one who had ordered giants killed and expected obedience from the aftermath. His coat was dark, stiff, and lined with protective scripture. A rosette hung at his throat. His head was shaved. His eyes were grey and very calm. At his belt rested a bolt pistol with ivory grips, a power blade in a plain sheath, and a small reliquary filled with ash. He walked without awe through the shadow of the Angels of Death. Inquisitor Severian Holt of the Ordo. Hereticus stopped before High Dragonthorn and inclined his head by the smallest degree etiquette allowed. High Dragon, Inquisitor, I had expected resistance. You have found a docking bay. I have found guns aimed at a treaty vessel. You brought soldiers aboard a chapter ship. Holt looked past Thorn to the Terminators, then to the Dragon Claws waiting along the upper galleries, black helms bowed, adamantium sheaths folded along their forearms, then to the Devastators visible at the far gantries, heavy bolters resting on mag harnesses, their barrels not quite lowered. Yes, Holt said, we understand one another. Odremek emitted a burst of Binharic too harsh for unaugmented ears. One of the cherubim began to bleed from the nose and fluttered sideways before righting itself. Statement of purpose, the Magos said. Gene seed tithe reclamation, purity verification, lineage drift analysis, mutation mapping, compliance expected under treaty, oath, precedent, and Mars-sanctioned necessity. Mordain stepped forward. Your chambers are prepared. Unnecessary. My instruments are superior. You are aboard the Ebon Drake. Your instruments will be placed where the High Dragon permits. Odramek's lenses tightened. Obstruction suggests impurity. Darig spoke before Thorn could. So does curiosity, if indulged without permission. The Magos turned toward the chaplain. Threat detected. Then your instruments function. Thorn raised one hand. The chamber went still. You will have your tithe. You will have your readings. You will not enter sealed sanctums unescorted. You will not address neophytes. You will not touch a living brother without consent of the apothecarian and command. You will not mistake our compliance for fear. Holt studied him. And if impurity is found? Thorn's eyes were black in the low light. Then you will have found what you came seeking. The tithe chamber had been built like a chapel and cleaned like a slaughter room. It lay deep within the Ebon Drake, behind blast doors, purity locks, and 2 squads of Terminators whose assault cannons watched every movement with idiot patience. The walls were black stone veined with white. Bone reliquaries stood in niches between candles. At the far end, beneath a relief of the Emperor enthroned and faceless in gold, stood the tithe altar. Mordain placed the reliquaries upon it one by one. They were silver-black, each shaped like a small sarcophagus, each marked with the name of the fallen brother from whom the gene seed had been taken. Some names were old enough to have become little more than scratches beneath layers of sanctifying wax. Others were recent. Holt noticed one reliquary still bore a faint smear of blood in a seam the cleaning servitors had missed. Odramek's adepts unfolded machines around the altar. Lens towers rose. Gene probes extended. Cherubim sang broken hymns, the air filled with Binharic murmurs and the stink of warmed metal. Holt stood beside the Magos, hands clasped behind his back. Darig stood opposite him. Thorn watched from the chamber entrance. Kydro Var remained on the upper gallery with the dragon claws, red helm lenses fixed on the visitors below. The first reliquary opened. Within, suspended in sanctified stasis fluid, lay the harvested progenoid glands of a black dragon battle brother. Odramek lowered his instruments. Light passed through the tissue. Cogitators clicked. Needles drew samples too small for mortal eyes to see. Machine spirits muttered verdicts in sacred code. The readings streamed across brass plates. Pure. The second sample opened. Pure. The third. Pure. The fourth. Pure. Holt did not speak until the 9th had been tested. This is impossible. Mordain did not look at him. Your machines disagree. My eyes do not. Eyes are imperfect instruments. Then explain the bone blades. Explain the cranial growths. Explain the bodies of your dragon claws. Mordain closed the 9th reliquary with reverent care. Adaptation. Mutation. A word used by men who prefer fear to taxonomy. Holt's jaw tightened. Careful, apothecary. Darig leaned on his Crozius. The Drake skull head caught the candlelight. Innocence proves nothing, Inquisitor. Is that not among your own maxims? It is. Then why are you angered when innocence stands before you? Because innocence does not make mutants safe. A silence followed, colder than the void beyond the hull. Thorn stepped into the chamber. Every Terminator helm turned a fraction. Every dragon claw shifted by less than a hand's width. It was almost nothing. It was enough to make Odromek's combat servitors unlock their trigger restraints with soft clicks. Holt did not reach for his weapon. Thorn stopped at the edge of the altar. The tithe is pure. The samples are pure, Holt said. Choose your accusation. I do not accuse you of treason. That is wise. I accuse you of teaching the Imperium to accept impurity as long as it wins battles. Darrig gave a low sound that might have been laughter dragged over iron. The Imperium was built upon that lesson. Holt's eyes moved to the chaplain. And that is why men like me exist. Odromek interrupted with a spray of Binharic notation. Further testing required. Living tissue. Skeletal growth mapping. Osmodular pathway exposure. Progenoid comparison against active subject. No, Mordain said. The Magos clicked forward on piston limbs. Refusal indicates concealment. Refusal indicates boundaries. Truth requires instruments. Truth requires permission aboard this ship. Odromek's upper arms unfolded. A needle drill whined softly. Caedro moved before command was given. He descended from the gallery in a single drop, landing between the Magos and Mordain with enough force to crack the black stone beneath his boots. His forearm blades remained sheathed, but the adamantium along them caught the light. He towered over Holt and Odromek alike. Step back, Caedro said. Odromek's lenses turned. Subject displays extreme phenotype. Recommended immediate restraint. Caedro looked at him. Try. Holt raised one hand, not in fear, but calculation. Enough. The machines continued their work. The samples remained pure. The chamber remained one breath from murder. While all eyes watched the altar, Holt's servants moved elsewhere. They were not men. Men were too obvious aboard an Astartes ship. Holt had released 3 servo skulls from the folds of his retinue during the docking rites, each one marked with pilgrim seals and false Mechanicus identifiers. They drifted through maintenance shafts, past incense vents and along power conduits, avoiding patrols by moving where only vermin and machine spirits bothered to look. One entered the outer apothecarian through a drainage grill. Its picked lens adjusted to the pale light. It recorded slabs. It recorded aspirants. It recorded open arms held in restraints, while apothecaries worked with saws, braces, and sanctified clamps. It recorded immature bone growths being drawn outward, shaped, filed, and aligned along the forearm. It recorded a neophyte biting through a steel mouthguard, while Mordain's assistants fitted an adamantium sheath over a protrusion still slick with blood. It recorded another aspirant whose skull had split across the brow, white ridge visible beneath torn scalp, while a servitor stitched the flesh around it as though fitting a robe around armor. It recorded enough to condemn. It did not record enough to explain. The skull withdrew as an apothecary turned toward the grill, sensing perhaps the faint wrongness of uninvited witness. Its small anti-grav engine whispered. It slid into the dark and fled with its stolen truth. Holt received the first fragments while the final reliquary was being sealed. His expression did not change. That, Darrig noticed. Later, in a smaller chamber intended for negotiations and threats too delicate for public ritual, Holt questioned Caedro Var. The room was bare except for an iron table, 2 chairs, and a shrine icon welded to the wall. The table had been blessed, branded, and reinforced. Holt sat on one side. Caedro did not sit. His armor made the gesture absurd. He stood with helm mag locked to his belt, showing a face scarred by old surgeries and older wars. Bone ridges pressed beneath the skin of his brow. His eyes were flat and dark. Holt activated a slate. You command the dragon claws. Yes. An assault cadre formed from the most visibly altered of your chapter. Yes. What is your function? We are weapons. All Astartes are weapons. We are closer to the edge. Of what? Kedro's mouth did not move for several seconds. Usefulness. Holt watched him. Do you consider yourself pure? No. Do you consider yourself corrupted? No. What are you then? Loyal. Holt's fingers rested on the slate. Loyalty is not purity. We do not ask lesser men to understand. Lesser men, Holt repeated softly. Kedro said nothing. Holt leaned back. You know what I see when I look at you, Sergeant Var? A man looking upward. I see a mutant wearing the Emperor's armor. Kedro's right arm moved. The forearm blade extended with a whisper of adamantium over bone. He did not raise it. He simply rested the edge against the table. The blessed iron parted beneath it. No strike, no pressure. The blade sank through the metal by weight alone, cutting a clean line across the surface between them. Holt's eyes dropped to the wound in the table, then rose again. Kedro retracted the blade. Then looked carefully. Is that a threat? No. What is it? Evidence. The chamber vox screamed. Not static, not alarm. A scream. It tore through the ship-wide channels in a burst of astropathic agony, so violent that the lumen strips flickered and every machine spirit in the walls snarled awake. Holt flinched, despite himself. Kedro did not. Across the vessel, serfs fell to their knees, clutching bleeding ears. Astropaths in the choir chamber convulsed against their restraints, mouths open, eyes pouring dark tears. A voice came through the scream in fragments. Refinery world, Denorian chain, supply route severed, Orc signatures, Xenos raiders, plague vectors, civilian populations compromised, guard battle groups collapsing, Armageddon-bound fuel convoys lost, requesting angels of death, requesting fire, requesting judgment. The vox died into a wet hiss. A heartbeat later, Thorn's voice filled the ship. All companies to readiness. Fleet translation preparation. War council in the strategium. The tithe is concluded. Holt rose. It is not concluded. The door opened before Kedro could answer. Darrig stood beyond it, Crozius in hand. It is, until enemies stop killing the Emperor's servants. Holt stepped toward him. I am not finished with this chapter. No, Darrig said. You have only begun to understand it. The War Council lasted less than a quarter hour. The Denorian refinery system burned in the hololith, its moons marked by distress runes and enemy glyphs. Orc raiding fleets hammered outer stations. Drakari signatures appeared and vanished like knives in fog. Plague warnings pulsed across 3 habitable worlds and 2 fuel moons. The system supplied promethium and refined plasma stabilizers to convoys feeding the Armageddon war zones. If it died, armies elsewhere would starve for fire. High Dragon Thorn listened to the reports without visible reaction. When they ended, Holt spoke first. I will accompany this deployment. Several black dragons turned toward him. Thorn's voice was low. As observer, as judge. Darrig's Crozius scraped the deck. Judges require jurisdiction. Holt touched the rosette at his throat. I have brought mine. Mordain stood silent at the edge of the hololith, his white armor ghostly in the red light. Thorn studied the Inquisitor for a long moment. You may accompany the fleet. You will not interfere with command. You will not obstruct medical recovery. You will not countermand an Astartes officer in battle. And if I witness heresy, survive long enough to report it. Holt smiled without warmth. That is almost generous. No, Thorn said, it is practical. The council ended. Orders spread through the fleet. Armories opened. Drop pods were awakened and anointed. Thunderhawk engines roared through pre-ignition rites. Devastators loaded heavy bolter belts and plasma coils. Dragon claws knelt, while artificer serfs checked the adamantium sheaths along their bone blades. Chaplains moved through the assault bays, speaking not comfort, but purpose. In the apothecarian, Mordain stood before a wall of empty reliquaries. They were black, not silver, no tithe markings, no treaty seals, no Mechanicus access codes. These were for brothers who might fall where enemy hands, inquisitorial eyes, or Martian instruments could reach them. Thorn entered alone. "Prepare them," the High Dragon said. Mordain looked upon the reliquaries. "How many?" "All." The apothecary inclined his helm. "You expect this war to test us." "I expect every war to test us. This one brings witnesses. Witnesses can be corrected." Thorn's silence was heavier than rebuke. Mordain bowed his head by a fraction. "As you command, High Dragon." Thorn turned to leave, then stopped at the threshold. "In this war, we prove our worth, or we provide them corpses to study." Mordain's fingers rested on the first black reliquary. "Then we must be careful with our dead." "No," said Thorn. "We must be terrible with our living." The ebon drake began to turn toward war, and in its depths the black reliquaries opened like patient mouths. The Denorian system did not appear wounded on the Strategium hololith. It appeared dead. The projection hung above the black iron table in pale green light, a corpse map of worlds, moons, orbital refineries and broken stations, turning in silence around a swollen yellow star. Every icon that had once denoted Imperial industry now bled warning runes. Defense platforms drifted from their assigned orbits with their hulls split and their gun batteries cold. Fuel moons burned in slow, oily blossoms visible from void range. Habitation rings rotated without guidance, their inner skins open to space, their populations spilling from breached districts in frozen trails that glittered like dust. The Drukhari had not conquered Denorian. They had tasted it. They had cut it open, taken what amused them, and left the rest twitching. On the hololith, one orbital habitat spun end over end above the refinery moon Carthagos. Its outer plating had been peeled back in long strips. Its docking spines were hung with thousands of bodies, each one flayed and pinned in patterns too deliberate to be madness. Another station broadcast a distress signal, made from human voices, edited into a choir of begging. A dead fuel platform vented promethium into the void in shimmering clouds, each cloud igniting whenever debris sparked through it. The whole system smelled of Xeno's cruelty, even through auger returns and filtered data, as if the Black Dragon's fleet could taste the pain from millions of kilometers away. High Dragon Arvek Thorn watched in silence. Around him, the command cathedral of the Ebon Drake pulsed with contained war. Serfs murmured at lecterns, servitors dragged targeting chains across cogitator shrines, tactical overlays crawled along brass plates. Chaplain Darrig stood beside the hololith, with his Crozius grounded, its drake skull head turned toward the dead worlds, as if eager to bite. Apothecary Mordain remained in the shadows, white armor reflecting the system's ruin in sterile fragments. Inquisitor Severian Holt stood opposite them, black coat immaculate despite the fevered motion of the bridge. He had not spoken since the first picked capture showed the flayed populations of the outer habitats. He had seen torture before. He had authorized it. He had watched confession drawn from men with wire, fire, and prayer. The Drukhari were different. Imperial cruelty had purpose, even when monstrous. Punishment, obedience, purity, fear as a wall against greater horror. The Xeno's cruelty displayed across Denorian possessed the elegant excess of art. It did not merely kill. It arranged death until suffering became language. A serf officer's voice broke the silence. Multiple enemy contacts, splinter signatures, raider-class silhouettes, cruiser displacement ghosts. Their vessels are not holding fixed pattern. Of course they are not, Derek said. Cowards dislike geometry. Thorn's eyes did not leave the hololith. They are hunting specimens. Mordain inclined his helm. They have marked us before. The words drew Holt's gaze. Explain. No one answered immediately. The bridge machinery hummed. Distantly, deep in the ship, the launch bays began to wake. Derek spoke at last. There are fleshcrafters among the Xenos, Homunculi, the Hex. They learned of our bone. They took brothers from us in older wars. They unmade them on their tables. They named their theft Discovery. Holt looked from the chaplain to the apothecary. And recovered material? Mordain's voice was soft through the vox. Some returned to us. In what condition? Useful only as memory. Thorn raised one gauntlet. The conversation died. They have come for more. They will be denied. A mortal commander might have ordered pursuit. A Navy admiral might have formed line abreast, locked the system in a noose of overlapping fire arcs, and hunted the raiders through the debris fields until exhaustion or error offered a shot. That would have been war as the Drukhari desired it, slow, reactive, full of panic, with every Imperial vessel forced to turn toward ghosts, while faster knives found soft places. Thorn did not give them that pleasure. He turned from the hololith. Kill the outer shields on the wreck of Indomitable Vow. A serf looked up. High Dragon, the escort's reactor corpse is unstable. Good. Another rune flashed. There are still life signs aboard. Not ours. Holt's jaw tightened. Survivors? Bait, Thorn said. Or meat arranged to resemble it. Derek's iron jaw clicked once. The Xenos made a theater. We will close the curtain. The order passed through the fleet. Dead void shields were left dead. False distress beacons were seeded through wreckage fields. Damaged escort hulls were not towed clear, but repositioned with brutal precision, their broken interiors mapped and sanctified. Boarding torpedoes were hidden inside debris shadows, their engines cold, their warheads awake. Dragon claws were sealed within the corpse of the escort vessel, Indomitable Vow. Black armored warriors crouched in ruptured compartments among the frozen dead. Kaedrovar knelt within what had once been an officer's mess. There was no atmosphere. There was almost no gravity. Bodies floated around him, their uniforms stiff with frost, their faces swollen by void death. One corpse drifted close enough for its open eyes to knock gently against Kaedro's pauldron. He pushed it aside with the back of his gauntlet. His helm lenses showed the chamber in hard red outlines. Auspec's ghosts flickered along the ruptured walls. His jump pack rested armed against his spine, mag locked to the deck plating by a single boot clamp. Around him waited the dragon claws. They did not speak. Vox silence held them in discipline. Each warrior knelt with forearm blades folded along the vambraces, adamantium sheaths dulled to void black. Bolt pistols were mag-locked to thighs. Chainswords rested across knees. Their armor bore scars from the rites, from the Tithe Raid, from 100 unnamed wars where close combat had reduced everything to impact, breath, blood, and obedience. Thane knelt at Kaedro's right. The neophyte had become a full brother only recently, his armor still bearing newer white markings. His forearm blades were shorter than Kaedro's, but already the bone beneath the sheaths had grown thick and cruel. A rune pulsed once across Kaedro's visor. Prey approaching. Far beyond the broken hull, Drukhari vessels came gliding through the corpse fields. They were beautiful in the way venom could be beautiful. Narrow prows, sickle wings, hulls like black glass and polished bone. They cut between debris without waste, their engines whispering poison light. They did not advance as a fleet. They drifted as a murder of blades, each vessel turning independently, each one searching for a scream worth keeping. They found the distress beacon inside Indomitable Vow. They found the dead shields. They found the life signs, faint and irregular, arranged by black dragon serfs to resemble wounded mortals still trapped inside the wreck. They came closer. Kadro watched them through the eyes of the ship's hidden picked skulls. One raider slid beneath the escort's ruined flank, its docking talons extending. Another curved above the command spine. Sleek boarding craft detached from their bellies, each one filled with Kabbalite elites, flesh scribes and pain engines folded like insects in transport cages. The Xenos did not rush. They savored approach. A Drukhari voice breached the dead escort's vox for a moment, laughing in a language of knives and wet silk. The translation engine refused meaning, offering only fragments. Rare bone, living blades. Open them carefully. Kadro unclamped his boots. Now, Thorn voxed. The void exploded into motion. Black Dragon's boarding torpedoes ignited from within debris fields and slammed into the nearest raider with blunt imperial violence. Ebon Drake's lance batteries burned across the darkness, not trying to catch every Xenos vessel, only herding them. Escort frigates lit their engines and drove forward through wreckage clouds, accepting splinter fire across their shields to keep the raiders from fleeing cleanly. Inside Indomitable Vow, the Dragon Claws launched. Kadro hit open void with his jump pack already burning. For a moment he was a black shape among dead men and wreckage, surrounded by spinning corpses, shattered plating, and streaks of weapon fire. Then the Drukhari raider filled his vision. Its hull shimmered with alien alloy and false shadow. Splinter fire lanced toward him, thin needles of venom bright enough to wound darkness. One struck his pauldron and shattered. Another punched through the soft seal beneath Brother Jorvain's arm, sending poison alarms screaming across Squad Vox. Jorvain did not slow. The Dragon Claws struck the raider's hull like falling judgment. Kadro drove both forearm blades into the alien metal. Adamantium screamed, bone held. The hull skin resisted for half a heartbeat, then split beneath him. Thane landed beside him and punched one talon deep, anchoring himself while his chainsword roared against the breach line. Other brothers followed, carving, stabbing, ripping. They did not seek a hatch. They made one. The entry wound opened. Atmosphere burst outward, dragging screams with it. Kadro went in first. The corridor beyond was too narrow for elegant war. That suited him. Kabbalite warriors waited in segmented armor, splinter rifles raised, helm crests high and cruel. They moved with speed mortal eyes would have called impossible. Kadro's eyes were not mortal. His bolt pistol fired once, twice, thrice. Each shell detonated inside Xenos torsos, bursting armor outward in wet black sprays. A splinter round hissed past his helm. Another struck his chest and shattered against the ceramite, venom eating at the paint. He crossed the corridor in 3 strides and impaled the nearest Kabbalite through the breastplate. The Xenos folded around the blade, elegant even while dying. Kadro lifted it from the deck and smashed it against the ceiling hard enough to burst its skull. Thane came through the breach behind him, roaring without words. Drukhari blade slipped beneath his guard and cut across his thigh seal. He answered by catching the attacker's wrist, crushing the joint, then dragging the Xenos down onto his forearm blade. The alien kicked and spat curses. Thane fired a bolt pistol into its stomach and let the detonation paint the wall. The corridor became a slaughter tunnel. There was no room for swordcraft, no space for the Drukhari to dance. The Dragon Claws advanced shoulder to shoulder, black armor grinding against alien walls, bone blades punching through splinter armor, chainswords snarling where bodies jammed the way ahead. Kabbalite elites leapt from side alcoves and ceiling slits. They were fast enough to kill mortal squads in heartbeats. Against the Black Dragons, speed only decided how quickly they reached death. One Xenos warrior sprang onto Kadro's back and drove a hooked blade into the joint beneath his helm. Pain flared white across his retinal feed. Kadro slammed himself backward into the wall. The impact crushed the raider between ceramite and alloy. He felt bones break through his backpack mount. He reached over his shoulder, seized the alien by the throat, pulled it free and broke its face against his helm until the twitching stopped. "Forward," he growled. The raider shuddered as another boarding torpedo struck farther along its spine. On the Ebon Drake, Holt watched the picked feeds in the strategium with his hands clasped behind his back. The images came through broken, smeared by static, blood and sudden bursts of light, red lens vision, helmet cams, gun sight captures, tactical runes overlaid on close quarters, murder. He saw Kadro's blade pierce Xenos armor as if the warrior had grown a power weapon from his own skeleton. He saw Thane continue fighting after toxins should have dropped him. He saw Brother Jorvain's system flood with counter-agents while his poisoned flesh blackened around the wound. Yet the Astartes kept moving and killed 3 more enemies before an apothecary rune marked him for later recovery. He saw a splinter cannon round glance from the crest of a black dragon's helm, deflected by an added ridge of bone reinforced beneath the ceramite. An ordinary helm might have cracked. This one held long enough for the warrior to reach the gunner and tear its arms free. Holt hated what he saw. He hated it because it worked. "Effective," he said. Darrig stood beside him. "Do not strain yourself with praise. This is not praise. It rarely is from men who need us." Holt watched Kadro carve through another hatch. "They fight like abominations. They fight like brothers. They are using mutation as doctrine." Darrig's eyes did not leave the feed. "We use what the Emperor allows us to keep. And if he did not allow it, then we would be dead. As we are not, your theology requires revision." Before Holt could answer, the picked feed from Kadro's helm entered a larger chamber. The Drukhari had prepared it as a theater. Curved surgical racks hung from the ceiling. Hooks swayed in artificial gravity. Glass cylinders lined the walls, each filled with amniotic fluid and shapes that had once been men, or had been made from men, or had been assembled from the parts of men in an attempt to insult the idea of the human form. Flesh scribes scattered from the Black Dragon's arrival, their many hands clutching needle pens, bone saws, and data caskets. Behind them, cages opened. The things that came out were made of stolen gene matter. They had space marine rib cages, or pieces of them, stretched around bodies too long and too thin. Their spines hooked upward like broken banners. Their arms ended in splintered growths of jagged bone, crude imitations of the dragon claw's blades. Some wore human faces stretched over cartilage frames, the mouths left open so they could scream while they charged. Others had been given multiple skulls grafted into a single crest, each one wailing through wet surgical tubes. They smelled of preservatives, alien musk, and violated gene seed. For the first time since boarding, Kadro stopped, the chamber filled with the shrieking of the osseous things. Darrig's voice entered the squad vox, like a blade sliding free. "Mockery given meat!" The first horror leapt. Kadro met it with both forearm blades. The impact drove him back a pace. The thing's stolen bones scraped across his adamantium sheaths, seeking purchase. Its human face screamed inches from his helm, stretched lips tearing around implanted fangs. Kadro headbutted it. The skull caved inward. It kept screaming through the damage. "Burn them," Darrig voxed. "Burn them until even the marrow is ash," Flamers answered. Brother Seravan stepped forward with a compact flamer mag locked beneath his wrist. Promethium washed across the chamber in a roaring sheet. Fleshcraft horrors ignited. Their fat popped. Their stolen skin blackened and split. One dragged itself forward while burning, bone claws tearing grooves in the deck, until Thane severed its spine with a chainsword and stomped the screaming face into pulp. The Black Dragon's rage changed the temperature of the battle. They had killed efficiently before. Now they killed personally. Kadro punched through a horror's ribcage, seized the twisted core within, and tore it out in a gout of black fluid. Another wrapped hooked limbs around Brother Jorvan and drove stolen bone into his abdomen. Jorvan fired his bolt pistol into its neck until the creature's heads burst one by one. Brother Malchior lost an arm below the elbow to a snapping grafted jaw. He used the bleeding stump to pin the horror against a surgical table, while Serevan burned both of them free of it. "Gene traces confirmed," Mordain voxed from aboard the Thunderhawk circling outside. "They used our dead." Kadro's breath became a growl over the channel. "Then they die twice." In another part of the dying system, a Hab spire on the moon Carthagos began to collapse. It had been breached by Drukhari raiders hours earlier. The Black Dragons had driven the Xenos from its upper decks, but not before the support ribs were cut and the pressure seals sabotaged. Tens of thousands of Imperial citizens remained within, trapped between failing gravity plates and atmosphere loss. A Thunderhawk bearing Mordain and his recovery team hovered near the broken spire, its hold configured for evacuation if command permitted the lie. The distress channel opened. Voices flooded it, pleading, prayers, coughing, children crying, men shouting coordinates, priests demanding deliverance in the Emperor's name. At the same time, Mordain's Auspex detected something else, a Drukhari skimmer leaving the lower medical galleries with a casket of stolen tissue. Within the shattered decks behind it lay the mutilated remains of Brother Raukos, a dragon claw lost in an earlier raid. The Xenos had taken samples. They had left enough body for insult. The progenoid might still be viable. The Thunderhawk pilot spoke through clenched discipline. "Apothecary, we can make one pass over the civilian terraces before structural failure." Mordain watched the skimmer icon climb. Negative. The pilot paused. "Repeat? Pursue the skimmer. Recover the brother. The spire will fall. The gene seed must not leave this system." The pilot did not answer for a heartbeat too long. Mordain's voice became colder. "Obedience is not a negotiation." The Thunderhawk turned away from the terraces. The people in the Hab spire watched Salvation bank into smoke and leave them. Some continued praying, some cursed, some were still transmitting when the lower supports failed, and the entire structure folded inward, its upper districts breaking apart in a slow avalanche of glass, steel, and bodies. The Vox channel became static, impact thunder, and then nothing. The Thunderhawk caught the skimmer before it reached the shadow of a raider. Heavy bolter fire shredded its wing veins. It spun, crashed into the refinery plane, and split across the ash. Mordain descended with his guard, walking through burning wreckage while flesh scribes crawled from the ruin. One begged in perfect Gothic, offering information, secrets, art, anything. Mordain removed its hands first, so it could not write. Then he recovered the casket. Then he recovered Brother Raukos. The Thunderhawk returned to the fleet with gene seed, corpse remains, and no civilians. Holt saw the record. So did Thorn. The Inquisitor confronted the High Dragon while the raid still burned across the system. "Your apothecary abandoned Imperial citizens." Thorn watched the hololith. He recovered Chapter Gene Seed before the Xenos could escape with it. They were loyal subjects. They were compromised subjects in a collapsing structure. They were alive. For minutes. You do not deny it. Thorn turned his helm toward Holt. The red lenses were steady. The Xenos made them into bait. I denied the hook. Holt's hands closed into fists. That answer will be recorded. All true things should be. The raider Kadro had boarded, began to die by command decision rather than damage. Thorn studied the vessel's interior through tactical feeds. Several decks contained prisoners. Several more contained Drukhari surgical shrines. The Xenos had trapped survivors among specimen cages, daring the Black Dragons to slow, daring them to search, daring them to choose mercy and give the raider time to disengage. Thorn did not raise his voice. Melter, breach sections, dorsal third through ventral spine, decompression pattern black, dragon claws withdraw by marked route. All unmarked life signs are forfeit. Kadro received the order without comment. He drove his squad through the surgical chamber's far hatch as Melter charges bloomed behind them. The raider screamed around them. Armor plates liquefied. Alien alloy ran like candle wax. Pressure howled through the ship as whole compartments opened to the void. Drukhari, prisoners, and experimental things were torn from their cages and hurled screaming into blackness. A human hand struck Kadro's pauldron as decompression dragged bodies past the corridor intersection. He did not turn to see who it belonged to. The dragon claws reached the breach point as the raider split. Thunderhawks took them aboard under splinter fire. Behind them, the enemy ship came apart in burning ribs, its elegant hull reduced to tumbling sections and frozen debris. The Ebon Drake's guns finished what remained. By the end of the engagement, the Drukhari were gone. Not destroyed. Never that. Their surviving ships slipped into shadowed routes and impossible angles, laughing through poisoned Vox fragments as they vanished. The Black Dragons held the field. The system remained Imperial by the definition of still having Imperial weapons in orbit, though much of what those weapons protected was ash, wreckage, or hanging meat. Victory tasted of contamination. Mordain brought the recovered data caskets to Thorn personally. Holt stood present by right of intrusion. Darrig stood present by right of judgment. The first casket contained stolen mapping of the Black Dragon's os-modular deviation. The second contained surgical notes in Xenos script, translated badly by machine spirits that seemed to resent the work. The third contained transmission records already sent beyond the system before the raid began. Mordain's voice was stripped of all softness. They have enough to imitate growth. To what extent? Thorn asked. Crude weaponization, bone acceleration, pain induction, forced skeletal bloom, not stable, not true. Darrig's Crozius head scraped the deck as his grip tightened. They have made our curse into ammunition. Holt looked at the caskets. And if this spreads? Mordain turned his helm toward him. Then our enemies will learn new ways to suffer. That is not an answer. It is the only one remaining. Thorn closed the final casket with one gauntleted hand. Pursuit, a serf officer answered from the Vox lectern. No confirmed vector, High Dragon. Splinter-wake corruption masks all routes. They were prepared. Of course they were, Thorn said. Kadro found the flesh scribe in the wreckage of the raider's lower spine. It should have been dead. Most of its body was burned. One side of its face had fused to its own shoulder. Its many surgical tools lay broken around it. Its lungs made a bubbling sound as they worked through smoke, blood, and ruin. Yet its eyes remained bright with the unbearable amusement of its kind. Kadro stood over it, helm removed, face spattered with alien blood and ash. The flesh scribe laughed. The sound came through burned lungs in wet little clicks. Beautiful, it said in Gothic, each syllable shaped with obscene care. Your chapter is beautiful. Kadro did not answer. Not pure, not false, not blind like the others. You grow weapons from shame. You polish deformity into right. You are already art, already halfway. Kadro's expression did not change. The flesh scribe smiled through melted lips. Halfway to monsters. Kadro placed one boot on the Xenos skull. For a moment, he let it keep smiling. Then he crushed down until bone, teeth, and black brain matter spread across the deck beneath his heel. Halfway is enough. The absolution drifted through the void with the slow arrogance of a city that had forgotten it could die. It was a universe-class mass conveyor, broad as a lesser moon and long enough for its own internal weather to gather in forgotten decks. Whole manufacturum districts slept inside its hull. Shrine vaults lay sealed behind adamantine gates. Cargo holds large enough to swallow regiments were stacked with promethium drums, grain caskets, pilgrim reliquaries, machine parts, weapon crates, and the pressed misery of human cargo. Atmosphere gardens cycled recycled air through fungal vats and rusting purifier towers. Chapel blocks rang with emergency sermons. Industrial galleries shook with engines older than most planetary dynasties. Now its arteries belonged to the Drukhari. They had not taken the ship by force of numbers. They had bled into it through shadowed docking locks, through maintenance umbilicals, through breaches cut so cleanly the hull alarms had mistaken them for sanctioned openings. They moved through its passages like knives carried by smoke. They sliced out entire districts, isolated them behind sealed blast doors, and turned the trapped populations within into ornaments, alarms, and bait. The first picked captures reached the Ebon Drake in stuttering bursts, a cargo nave filled with hanging bodies, each one suspended from hooks threaded through ribs and jaw. A chapel floor carpeted with skinned pilgrims, arranged in the shape of an 8-pointed mockery, not worship, but insult. A line of crewmen nailed alive to a bulkhead, their mouths wired open around vox beads, so their screams would transmit whenever motion sensors triggered. A shrine servitor crawling in circles with its legs removed, still chanting blessings through static, as Zeno's laughter moved somewhere behind it. Captain Volos of the Second Company watched the images without looking away. He was not soft. No black dragon lived long enough to command by softness. Yet there was a difference between Volos and Kedro Var. Kedro was a blade that had learned to breathe. Volos was a commander who still counted what he spent, even when the arithmetic demanded ruin. His armor was black and white, its plate scorched from earlier boardings, its helm crowned by a modest bone crest, rather than the exaggerated ridges of the dragon claws. His face was severe, dark-eyed, and scarred across the throat where a Xenos blade had once tried to teach him silence. He stood in the Thunderhawk's troop bay, with 20 warriors locked around him in mag harnesses, tactical brethren, flame bearers, 2 dragon claws attached by order of High Dragon Thorn. Apothecary signs blinked across his visor feed. Ammunition counts glowed in the corner of his sight. The Absolution turned below them, vast and wounded, its emergency beacons pulsing like the last thoughts of a dying animal. Across from Volos, Dreadnought Nithig hung in his restraint cradle. The Ancient One's sarcophagus was mounted within a walking engine of black iron and bone-white heraldry. Drake motifs curled along the adamantine chassis. Purity chains hung from the armor plates. His right arm bore a heavy flamer, whose pilot light burned even in transit, a small caged flame that made the troop bay smell of promethium and temple incense. His left arm ended in a power fist large enough to close around a man and make him paste. Within the sarcophagus, somewhere behind layers of armor, nutrient gel, and sacred suffering, a ruined hero dreamed through war. When Nithig spoke, it sounded like a tomb door being forced open. "Where is the meat?" Volos did not turn. "Ahead." "Xenos meat?" "Yes, ancient." "Good. I remember dark kin, thin bones, quick knives, sweet screams when burning." A few of the younger brothers inclined their helms, uncertain whether the Ancient One was speaking to them, to himself, or to ghosts left behind in other centuries. Nithig's heavy flamer growled as pressure built through its sacred lines. Meat awaiting judgment. The mortal guide knelt near the forward ramp between 2 chapter serfs, shackled not because he was guilty, but because panic was common among unaugmented men, and Volos had no time to catch him if his courage failed. His name was Oren Malvo, a voidsman of the Absolution's atmospheric priesthood, a narrow, hollow, cheeked man with a shaved scalp, burned hands, and a data key locked in a brass collar around his neck. He had survived by hiding inside a purifier crawl space while the Drukhari opened his deck and turned his order into instruments. He knew the atmospheric control routes. That made him useful. That made him alive. The Thunderhawk punched through a veil of debris and broken cargo containers. Splinter fire rose from the Absolution's outer hull, pale venom streaks snapping past the gunship's nose. The pilot rolled through the barrage with machine calm. Heavy bolters answered from the wings, tearing apart figures moving along the breached docking spine. The Thunderhawk struck the hull collar hard enough to make Oren vomit against his restraints. Volos Mag locked his helm. "Second company," he voxed. "No pursuit beyond marked corridors, no hostage deviation, no unsecured shrine entry, bridge first, atmospheric second, kill lanes third." A brother named Argo spoke from the left file. "Survivors," Volos looked to the ramp as warning lights turned red. "Silence them if they compromise the advance." The ramp blew open. The black dragons entered absolution through smoke, frost, and screaming. The first corridor was a throat of torn metal. Emergency lumen strips flickered crimson along the ceiling. Air pressure dragged loose prayer parchment toward the breach behind them. The walls had been scratched with Xeno's script, so fine it looked like hair, until the eye lingered long enough to understand that each line had been cut with deliberate cruelty into human skin stretched across the bulkheads. Volos advanced at the head of the squad, bolter raised. 2 Drukhari warriors stepped from shadow fields at the far junction. Their armor gleamed wetly in the low light. Their splinter rifles rose. The black dragons fired first. Bolt rounds detonated against the junction, blowing one raider into black mist and shattered plate. The other leapt sideways, faster than a mortal nerve could follow, only for Volos to track him by Auspec's echo and put a shell through his chest. The Xenos hit the deck in 3 pieces. Forward. They moved through cargo hold Tertius, though no cargo remained in any holy sense. The Drukhari had converted it into a gallery. Chains hung from crane rails. Men dangled from them by hooks passed through the flesh beneath their collarbones. Some were dead, some were not. Their feet twitched above the deck, toes blackened from blood loss. Vox beads had been sewn into their throats. As the black dragons entered, the beads activated, and the hold filled with a choir of raw, involuntary shrieking. Motion triggered, pain amplified, bait weaponized. One of the hanging crewmen looked at Volos as he passed. His eyes were swollen nearly shut, his lips split by thirst. He fought to form words around the wire in his mouth. Volos stopped beside him for less than a breath. The man's voice came as a ruined rasp. "My lord, save us." Volos looked up at him. He saw the hook. He saw the pressure mines hidden among the chains. He saw the webway shimmer in the gantries above, where the Drukhari waited for compassion to slow transhuman war. "I am not here to save you," Volos said. "I am here to end what hunts you." The man's eyes changed. Perhaps he understood. Perhaps he did not. Volos moved on. Behind him, one of the younger black dragons made the smallest motion toward the hanging line. Volos caught it through squad telemetry. "Hold discipline." "My captain, they are alive. So is the trap." The first mine detonated when a dying man convulsed too hard against his chain. The blast shredded 3 hanging bodies and filled the air with blood mist and metal fragments. Ceramite took the storm. Mortal flesh did not. The choir became worse. The Drukhari struck from above. Shadow fields collapsed across the gantries, and Kabbalite elites poured into sight, splinter rifles chattering. Poison needles sparked from black armor. A dragon claw named Marek launched upward on his jump pack, slammed into a gantry, and drove both bone blades through the nearest raider's abdomen. The impact folded the alien around his arms. He tore outward, splitting the Xenos from belly to throat, then used the corpse as cover against splinter fire. Volos established kill lanes with 3 gestures and a vox click. Tactical brothers knelt. Flamers came forward. Bolters bracketed the gantries. Heavy fire walked from left to right, disciplined, merciless, ignoring screams from the hanging prisoners as rounds passed through them to detonate among the raiders. A shadow blade cut Brother Argo across the throat seal. Poison alarms screamed in his helm. He killed his attacker by crushing its skull against a crane support, then dropped to one knee as his blood pressure spiked. Apothecary runes marked him amber. He remained in formation. "Pain later," Volos said. "Pain later," Argo confirmed. Deep in the ship's maintenance spine, Kydro Var entered by a route no mortal boarding force could have used. He and his dragon claws had not taken a docking collar. They had cut into the absolution, through a maintenance shaft barely wide enough for power armor, carving their own handholds with adamantium-sheathed bone blades. They climbed through darkness in absolute silence, forearm talons punching into walls, boots scraping over pipes and cable bundles. Beneath their armor, the ship groaned. Above them, Xenos movement whispered along corridors the Auspex could barely resolve. Thane climbed below him, breath steady on the squad vox. "Atmosphere tastes wrong," Thane said. "Everything here has been touched," Kadro replied. "Then everything burns." After Volos has the bridge. They emerged into a coolant gallery filled with fog. The Drukhari were waiting. Webway cuts opened in the mist like wounds in the air. Raiders slipped through them, blades raised, helms narrow and smiling. Caedro did not give them room to perform. He drove forward before the first had fully stepped into reality, impaling the Xenos through the spine and carrying it back into its own portal. The webway wound snapped shut around the corpse, severing it messily and dropping half of it onto the deck. The gallery became a murder box. Splinterfire hissed, bone blades punched, chains wards chewed through elegant armor and the meat beneath. Thane took a hooked blade through his pauldron and answered by biting down on the attacker's helm grill, holding it in place long enough to drive his talon through both lungs. Another dragon claw was dragged upward by barbed monofilament. Caedro fired a bolt round through the cable anchor, then caught the falling brother by the wrist without looking back. "Advance," he growled. On the lower atmospheric decks, Nithig escorted Oren Malvo. The mortal guide ran between the dreadnought's iron feet and two black dragons' flame-bearers, sobbing breath through a rebreather mask. Every door they passed bore signs of Drukhari occupation, bodies wired to pressure plates, skin hung as curtains, servitors gutted but kept alive in case their pain responses could trigger systems. Oren tried not to look. He failed often. Nithig looked at everything. "Little knives," the ancient rumbled. "Little artists. I have seen better work from chain axes." A Drukhari beast lunged from a side passage, all spines and surgical hunger. Nithig's heavy flamer roared. The creature became a running torch, crashed against his sarcophagus, and slid down in burning pieces. He stepped on the remains, crushing them into the deck. "Meet judged." Oren stumbled. "The control shrine is beyond the next pressure nave. My lord, the rites require 3 keys and a living priest." "You are living," said Nithig. "I am not ordained to full command." The dreadnought turned his sarcophagus toward him. The red optic lenses burned like coals in a crypt. "You are alive," Nithig repeated. "Be sufficient." Volos reached the central spine as Caedro's squad breached from below. For a heartbeat, the two forces saw one another through smoke, blood, and emergency light. Volos's armor was scored and streaked with poison burn. Caedro's blades were black with Xenos fluids. Around them lay the dead of both species, and too many humans to count. "Bridge path?" Caedro asked. "Blocked by Shadowfield gates," Volos said. "Then we make the bridge come to us." Volos understood immediately. He opened the command channel. "Nithig, status." The Ancient One answered through fire static. At the air heart, "Mortal still breathing, Xenos not." Oren's voice came faintly behind him, terrified and small. "The shrine keys are engaged. I can flood the central arteries with oxygen, but ignition will cascade through the pilgrim decks. There are sealed populations there. Thousands. More." Volos looked through the central spine toward the bridge tower, where the Drukhari had gathered around command consoles, hostages, and stolen navigation priests. He watched their movement through Auspec's ghosts. He saw them waiting for a rescue attempt. "There is no rescue attempt," Volos said. Oren heard him over the channel. "My lord, open the arteries." The mortal guide began to pray, while his hands worked across the control altar. The absolution inhaled. Across kilometers of corridor, sealed vents opened. Oxygen rushed through transit shafts, cargo galleries, shrine vaults, and crew districts. Fires that had been smoldering became hungry. Promethium leaks became bright. The ship's internal pressure systems howled in protest as Orin forced sacred machinery into a configuration no sane atmospheric priest would permit. The Drukhari understood too late. They began to move for the webway cuts. Black Dragon squads were already there, holding them beneath bolter fire and flame. Kedro's dragon claws charged the central bridge approach, not to take ground, but to keep the Xenos' attention fixed upon them, while the ship became a weapon around them. Volos gave the final order. Ignite. Nithig laughed. His heavy flamer opened into the atmospheric control nave, and the absolution became an oven. Fire did not spread. It arrived. It came through the ship in roaring fronts, down corridors, up lift shafts, across cargo decks, and through shrine blocks. It devoured oxygen with holy greed. Drukhari warriors were flash-cooked inside their armor, their elegant silhouettes becoming blackened statues before pressure waves shattered them. Flesh scribes shrieked as their tools melted into their hands. Pain engines thrashed against the deck, nerve cables burning out in blue sparks. Human prisoners died too. Many never knew the moment had come. One instant they hung in darkness. The next, they were ash wrapped around hooks. Others had time to scream as the flame front took them. Volos heard them across open vox channels until the sound became indistinguishable from the roar. The black dragons advanced through the inferno. Their seals blistered, purity parchment blackened and curled from their armor. Warning runes crawled across their vision. Brother Argo collapsed at last, poison and heat overwhelming him together. Volos ordered his gene seed marked and stepped over him. Kedro's dragon claws pushed into the bridge tower, with flames crawling over their armor, bone blades glowing at the edges, where heat kissed adamantium. A Drukhari Archon met them with a venom blade and a mask made from a human saint's face. Kedro broke the blade with his forearm sheath and drove his other talon through the mask, the face beneath and the skull behind it. Volos took the bridge with 7 living brothers. He found the command throne surrounded by dead navigation priests and Xenos data hooks. A surviving crewmaster crawled from beneath a console, his back flayed raw, his hands ruined. "Is it over?" the man asked. Volos looked through the forward oculus at fire, reflecting inside the ship's own glass. No. He fired once, ending the crewmaster before the poison in his wounds could finish its work. In the atmospheric nave, Nithig stood at the center of the firestorm like a walking furnace shrine. Flames rolled across his chassis. The white drake markings on his armor blackened. His sarcophagus temperature screamed red across Mechanicus telemetry. He kept laughing, a sound of grinding iron, old hate, and sarcophagus madness. "Burn!" he roared. "Burn, little knives! Burn and be judged!" Oren Malvo survived because the dreadnought stood over him. The mortal crouched beneath the shadow of Nithig's bulk, half-blinded, skin blistered across his hands and neck, rebreather clogged with soot. When the worst of the fire passed and emergency suppression systems finally began to vomit chemical foam through the decks, he was still breathing. Nithig looked down at him. Useful meat. Oren wept. Whether from fear, relief, or shame, no one asked. By the time Absolution returned to stable orbit, the Drukhari infestation was gone. So was most of the population. The ship lived in the technical sense. Its engines could be repaired. Its shrine vaults remained sealed. Its cargo core had survived. Its atmospheric systems, though abused, still answered their priests. The mass conveyor could be returned to service after rites, replacement crew, and months of labor. The Imperium would call that salvation, because the Imperium had no language left for gentler victories. The dead were moved by servitors into burnholds too numerous to count. On the Ebon Drake, Inquisitor Holt stood before Captain Volos in a chamber that smelled of smoke, even through filtration. Holt's coat bore ash along the hem. His grey eyes were colder than before. "I have recorded the action," Holt said. "The absolution was reclaimed." Volos removed his helm. His face was blistered along one cheek where heat had found a weakness in his seal. He looked tired in the way only an Astartes could look tired, not weakened, but carved deeper by use. It was. I have also recorded the method. Atmospheric immolation across populated decks, non-combatant casualties beyond acceptable recovery estimate, refusal to divert for hostage extraction, execution of wounded command crew. Volos looked at him without anger. "Accurate. You understand what those words become in a sealed report?" "Yes." "Victory," Holt said. "Atrocity." Volos took the helm from beneath his arm, and Mag locked it to his belt. Beyond the chamber walls, the Ebon Drake rumbled as it drew away from the ruined conveyor and turned once more toward war. "Then write both," Volos said. "The dead will not care which word you choose." Antagonist drowned slowly. It did not drown in water. There were no clean seas left upon that world, no blue horizon, no rain that fell without poison in it. Antagonist drowned beneath rot, fever, smoke, and the endless procession of the dead who refused to remain dead. Its hive cities rose from the plains like rusted knives, their upper spires lost in corpse fog, their lower districts sealed behind blast doors that sweated black fluids from every seam. Processional roads once used for pilgrim marches were choked with bodies wrapped in sackcloth and wire. Bells rang from cathedrals whose priests had died days before, pulled by hands that no longer understood why they obeyed. The plague had taken the world in layers. First came the coughing, then the skin blooms, then the sermons, then the dead rising from the plague pits and walking back toward the hab blocks, where their families had burned them. By the time the Black Dragons reached orbit, Antagonist had ceased to be a world requesting aid. It had become a world requiring judgment. The Aben Drake hung above the northern hemisphere with its gun decks awake and its launch bays open. Beneath it, troop landers, thunderhawks, and drop pods descended through brown cloud layers shredded by anti-aircraft fire and lightning made green by toxin storms. Astra Militarum regiments held the corpse lines below, though held was a generous word. They occupied trenches. They died in them. They fired laser guns until barrels burned and power packs ran dry. They fixed bayonets when the dead came too close. They prayed to the Emperor, cursed their officers, vomited black blood into their masks, and waited for angels. What came down were black dragons. They did not bring healing. They brought promethium, bolt shells, melter charges, plasma coils, and sealed orders, authorizing extermination by sector, by district, by hive level, and by necessity. Kedrovar walked through the trench line of the antagonist's 117th before the main assault began. Mud sucked at his boots, though it was not mud in any honest sense. It was ash, rainwater, rotted cloth, battlefield runoff, and the pulverized remains of men churned together by shelling. Guardsmen pressed themselves against the trench walls to let him pass. Some stared at the white bone crests worked into his helm. Others stared at the adamantium sheaths folded along his forearms, knowing without being told that those metal casings hid weapons grown from inside the warrior's own body. They looked at him with the same fear they gave the corpse walkers beyond the wire. Kedro did not resent it. Fear was accurate. A colonel in a cracked rebreather saluted him with a shaking hand. His greatcoat was stiff with dried filth. One eye had swollen shut from infection. "My lord, the men will hold if you require it." "They will hold," Kedro said. The colonel swallowed. "The eastern trench is gone. The dead breached twice before dawn. We lost the mortar pits and half the reserve. You will fix bayonets." "My lord!" Cadro turned his red lenses upon the mortal officer. Around them, guardsmen listened while pretending not to. Their breathing rasped in masks and scarves. Some clutched laser guns with hands that had begun to blister beneath their gloves. "You will fix bayonets. You will wait for my signal. You will advance 8 paces beyond the wire and fire into anything that rises. That will expose the regiment. Yes, we will be overrun. Not if you obey quickly." The colonel stared at him for a moment too long. Then the mortal remembered he was speaking to an angel of death and lowered his gaze. "As you command." A young guardsman, face grey behind a cracked visor, whispered, "Are you here to save us?" Cadro heard him. Every Astartes in the trench heard him. He kept walking. The guardsman received his answer from the silence. Far above, in the command deck of the Ebon Drake, High Dragon Avek Thorn watched antagonist turn beneath him. Its hive clusters glowed in the hololith as infected wounds of red and yellow. 3 levels of Hive Canticus were marked black by Apothecary Mordane's assessment. Black did not mean lost. Lost was a sentimental term. Black meant containment had exceeded recovery value. Mordane stood beside the projection, his white armor reflecting plague runes and mortality estimates. Vectors confirmed in the Underhive Sump, Manufactorum Third Depth and Cathedral Habitation Ring. Airborne, fluid-borne, flesh-borne, corpse responsive. Evacuation attempts will expand infection by no less than 6 transit corridors within the first hour. Holt stood across from him, coat sealed beneath a respirator mantle. The Inquisitor had come down from judgment into war and found that war gave him too much evidence. Population? Mordane did not pause. Several million? Living? Temporarily. Holt looked to Thorn. "You cannot seal them all." Thorn's voice emerged through his helm grill, low and unhurried. "The doors are already sealed. That is not containment. That is burial." Chaplain Darrig stood near the command throne, Crozius in hand, the Drake skull head blackened from Absolution's fires. Burial prevents wandering. Holt's eyes hardened. "You speak of Imperial citizens." Darrig turned his scarred face toward him. "I speak of arithmetic." Thorn gave the order. Across Hive Canticus, blast doors slammed shut with the finality of tomb lids. Families beat their hands bloody against adamantine shutters. Magistrates screamed into dead vox lines. Priests declared that the Emperor would not abandon the faithful until the ventilation systems began to fill with promethium mist. The infected sang through split lips. The uninfected screamed. The difference lasted only minutes. The ignition ran through 3 hive levels in a chain of orange suns. On the surface, the Astra Militarum trenches saw the hive's lower flanks glow from within. A dull thunder rolled under the earth. Smoke burst from ventilation towers. Burning figures spilled from emergency ducts and fell into the streets below, carrying fire with them like votive offerings. Cadro watched the hive burn and opened the squad vox. "Signal." The colonel blew his whistle. The guardsmen went over the trench wall. Most did not survive the first minute. The dead came from the fog in processional ranks, corpse walkers in pilgrim rags, guardsmen uniforms, minor harnesses and priestly vestments. Some still carried the tools of their former lives. Some carried guns they no longer knew how to aim. Their mouths hung open around flies. Their bellies were swollen tight. Their eyes glowed with a dull swamp light. Behind them lumbered diseased ogrins shackled in chains, their flesh splitting around muscle too rotten to hold shape, their heavy clubs wrapped in plague bells and human hands. The antagonist 117th fired by volley. Last beams cut through fog and dead flesh. The front ranks fell. The ranks behind climbed over them. Bayonets punched into bellies that did not bleed properly. Men screamed as corpse walkers dragged them down and bit through masks, cheeks, and throats. Then Cadro gave the second signal. The black dragons rose from the trench line. Bolters opened with the hard, sacred thunder of transhuman war. The first wave of dead burst apart under mass reactive shells, torsos detonating into wet. Clouds of pus, bone fragments, and plague gas. Flamers came forward, washing the wire and the killing ground in sheets of fire. Dragon claws vaulted the trench and landed among the bloated ogrins. Their forearm blades punched through diseased flesh and struck bone. Corrosion hissed against adamantium sheaths. The stink that rose from the wounds was old grave, sour milk, and chemical rot. Thane drove both talons into an ogrin's belly and tore outward. Entrails poured across his greaves in steaming ropes. The creature kept swinging. Kadro stepped in, fired a bolt pistol into its knee, then drove his right blade up beneath its jaw. The skull burst around the impact, spilling black brain matter over his gauntlet. "Advance," he voxed. The mortal line obeyed, because disobedience had become more frightening than death. Beyond the trenchworks lay the Manufactorum depths, where the plague's true priests had made their shrine. The black dragons struck by dropshaft, Thunderhawk insertion, and underground breach charges, while the guard held the outer dead. This was the purpose of the Adeptus Astartes. Not to stand in trenches until attrition ate them, not to spend lives in the slow arithmetic of mortal war, but to strike the heart, break command, sever the nerve, and leave the body to collapse. Hive Canticus shook as the assault squads descended. The Manufactorum third depth was a cathedral of rusted industry. Conveyor belts still moved beneath drifts of corpses. Furnace mouths glowed green with plague fire. Brass pipes sweated black condensate. Corpse engines stalked between machine columns, their bodies built from tank hulls, dead servitors, swollen flesh and sensors that vomited clouds of buzzing flies. Bloated militia held barricades of scrap and bones, their uniforms stretched over swollen bodies, their eyes yellow with joyless devotion. Among them moved greater shapes in ruined power armor, plague marines. Their armor had once borne colors and heraldry. Now it was rust, bile, and swelling meat. Horns broke through helms, bellies split around toothed vents, tubes pumped filth between armor plates. They advanced with the patient certainty of disease, bolters barking damp reports, plague knives glistening with wet corruption. Kadro hit them head-on. The first plague marine took 3 bolt rounds to the chest and kept walking, armor cratering, diseased flesh pulsing through the wounds. Kadro closed before it could fire again, caught the bolter barrel beneath one forearm sheath and forced it aside. The traitor's plague knife scraped across his chest plate, leaving a line of smoking corrosion. Kadro drove his left blade through the traitor's throat seal. The blade stuck in swollen meat. He snarled, braced a boot against the heretic's knee, and pulled upward until the helm tore half free with a wet crack. The thing inside laughed. Thane ended it with a crack grenade forced into the opened neck. The detonation painted the pipework with rot and ceramite shards. Meltigans fired along the left gantry, turning a corpse engine's leg into running slag. It fell with a groan like a collapsing hablock. Plasma fire from Brother Seravan punched white-blue holes through a barricade, vaporizing cultists and leaving silhouettes burned into the metal behind them. Flamers did what flamers always did when faith required simplicity. They erased. They turned plague banners into ash, corpse walkers into torches, and bloated priests into screaming pillars that ran until their feet burned away. Chaplain Darrig strode through the Manufactorum floor with his crozius raised. "Bone remains," he roared over the vox. "Flesh lies, rot lies, pain lies. The Emperor's judgment is iron, fire, and the hand that does not tremble." A plague priest stumbled toward him, belly open, intestines dragging behind like sacred cords. Flies poured from his mouth as he spoke. "Grandfather loves all wounds, Black One, even yours, especially yours." Darrig struck him with the crozius. The drake skull crushed the priest's ribcage and burst his heart in a spray of green fluid. "The Emperor does not require love," Darrick said. The battle worsened in the lower shrine. The plague heart had been built beneath the Manufactorum's oldest furnace, where ancient heat and sewage rivers met in darkness. There, cult leaders had raised an altar from fused bodies and tank plating. Corpse engines knelt around it, feeding prisoners into grinding mouths. Plague marines chanted through vox grills clogged with mucus. The air was alive with flies. The floor moved because so much of it was made of bodies trying to crawl free of one another. Caedro's squad marked the shrine for orbital lance strike. They only had to live long enough for confirmation. Brother Rauk fought beside him. Rauk was Dragonclaw cadre, older than Thane, younger than Caedro, and marked by a mutation that had always grown close to instability. His forearm blades were wide, hooked, and ridged. His helm had been modified 3 times to fit the bone crown beneath it. On Antagonis, plague toxin found whatever flaw waited inside him and taught it hunger. At first, Rauk fought better. He ripped through plague cultists with terrible efficiency, tearing men apart in strokes that left bodies opened from shoulder to hip. He impaled a plague marine through the chest and held the traitor in place, while Serevan burned it with plasma. He laughed once over the vox, harsh and breathless, and Caedro heard something wrong beneath it. Then his armor seals began to split. Bone branches forced their way through the joints at his elbows. Jagged antlers of white growth erupted from his forearms, cracking the adamantium sheaths apart. More pushed through his shoulders, then through the back of his helm, twisting upward in a crown of uncontrolled growth. Warning runes flooded squad telemetry. His pulse spiked. His pain suppressors failed. Still, he killed. "Rauk," Caedro said, "I can fight." His voice came shredded by agony. "Fall back. I can fight, brother." A corpse engine swung at him. Rauk ducked beneath the blow and leapt onto its chest, driving every new spur of bone into the diseased machine. It shrieked through its furnace mouth. He tore into it like an animal, ripping pipes, cables, meat, and armor. When it collapsed, he stood on its chest, bone growths spreading visibly through the cracked plates of his wargear. Mordane's voice entered the channel. "Do not terminate. His progression is unique. Restrain if possible." Darrick answered before Caedro could. "Denied." "Mordane," Darrick said, each syllable iron. "You mistake curiosity for duty. He may be recoverable. He is becoming evidence." Rauk turned toward Caedro. His helm lenses flickered. Behind the cracked faceplate, something wet moved, where bone pressed through skin. "Sergeant," Rauk said, "do not make me kneel." Caedro walked toward him, through plague smoke and gunfire. Rauk's blades rose, not in threat, in refusal. "I can still kill." "Yes," Caedro said. "Then let me spend it." "You are spent." Rauk's breathing became a growl. "Brother." Caedro came close enough that their helms almost touched. Around them, the squad formed a firing ring, holding back corpse walkers and cult militia, while the shrine pulsed with diseased light. "You know the right," Caedro said. Rauk was silent for a moment. Then he lowered his head. "Bless the curse." Caedro drove his forearm blade through Rauk's throat seal and up into the brain. He held him until the body stopped moving. He did not allow him to fall among the plague dead. He lowered him to the deck with one hand and marked his gene seed for recovery. Holt saw it from the command relay. He had seen the black dragons burn millions. He had seen them walk past the dying. He had seen them turn mutation into a weapon, and now he had seen one execute a brother for crossing a line no outsider had defined. His hatred did not soften. It became more precise. He no longer wanted them destroyed because they were mindless abominations. They were not mindless. That was the deeper terror. They possessed rules. They possessed discipline. They possessed loyalty fierce enough to cut its own throat when commanded. He would condemn them, but not yet, not before they finished winning. Caedro reached the plague altar with 7 brothers alive. Thane placed the beacon by driving it into the fused skull of a dead princeps mounted at the altar's center. The signal rune flashed once, twice, then steadied. "Mark confirmed," came Thorn's voice from orbit. Caedro looked around the shrine. Plague Marines advanced from every archway. Corpse engines dragged themselves over the dead. Cult leaders raised their arms, chanting as the air thickened with flies. "Extraction window?" Caedro asked. "None," Thorn said. The answer contained no apology. "Understood." But Darrig intervened from the upper manufactorum breach. "Dragon claws, root sigma. Move now." Caedro saw the root flash across his visor. It was narrow, half-collapsed, and filled with plague heat. It would not save the guardsmen trapped in the adjacent transit galleries. It might save his squad. "Move," he ordered. They ran as the heavens opened. The Ebon Drake's lance strike pierced the hive from orbit. White fire stabbed through cloud, spire, armor, factory roof, and furnace stack. For an instant, the plague shrine became brighter than day. Then the blast swallowed sound.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
The altar vanished. The cult leaders vanished. The corpse engines vanished. Plague Marines became shadows burned into walls before the walls became dust. Thousands of Imperial soldiers died in the transit galleries, still firing, still praying, still waiting for orders that would never come. The shrine died with them. In orbit, Thorn recorded the loss as acceptable. Antagonists did not heal. No world healed from such wounds. But the plague army broke. The corpse processions collapsed without their priests. The dead still wandered in pockets, but now they wandered without direction, and direction was often the difference between infestation and war. Astra Militarum regiments began the slow work of burning trenches, numbering survivors, and executing anyone whose cough sounded wrong. In the ash below Hive Canticus, Mordain found Brother Rauk. The body lay where Caedro had marked it, half buried beneath grey fallout and blackened plague matter. The uncontrolled bone growths had not stopped completely after death. Tiny white spurs pressed against cracks in the armor, as if the curse resented the silence of the heart. Mordain knelt. His narthecium unfolded with insect precision. He cut through armor, flesh, and reinforced rib. He opened the chest cavity and worked in silence while distant flamers hissed across the corpse fields. When he removed the progenoid glands, they pulsed faintly in the cold light, threaded with abnormal osmodular response, viable beyond expectation, dangerous beyond permission. Darrig stood nearby, watching. "Destroy them," the chaplain said. Mordain did not look up. "They are stable." He was not. The organs survived. The brother did not. Mordain placed the glands into a black reliquary, not silver, not tithe-marked, not meant for Mars. His gauntlet hovered over the seal for one breath too long. Darrig's crozier's head scraped ash. "Apothecary." Mordain closed the reliquary. On its lid, in small High Gothic script, he marked the words, "Claw stock viable." Then he locked it shut. Armageddon was not a world. It was a wound given gravity. It turned beneath the Black Dragon's fleet in bruised bands of ash, smoke, and industrial poison, its continents hidden beneath war weather and the unending discharge of manufactorums that had never learned silence. Hive cities rose from the filth like iron mountains, each one ringed by trench belts, fortress walls, kill zones, minefields, and corpse pits that could be seen from orbit as dark scars around the cities of man. Between them sprawled the ash wastes, grey and dead, crossed by Prometheum pipelines, crawler roads, wrecked armor columns, and the rusted skeletons of wars so old that their dead had been buried by newer dead. Every horizon burned. Toxic storms rolled across the plains in ochre walls, carrying metal dust sharp enough to strip skin from unsealed faces. Promethium refineries vomited flame into skies already blackened by artillery smoke. Mechanicus crawler forges crept over the wastelands on legs the size of hab towers, chewing scrap, berthing shells, repairing tanks, and crushing the bodies of those too slow to clear their path. Navy bombers screamed through cloud layers that glowed from flak bursts. Far below, Steel Legion armor columns moved in disciplined files, their Chimera transports and Lehman Russ tanks wearing the colors of old ash and old courage. Beyond the Imperial lines came the Orcs. They came as a green weather front of muscle, iron, and madness. Speed-freak convoys tore across the wastes in rattling swarms of trucks, buggies, warbikes, and stolen vehicles armored in jagged plates and crude glyphs. Battle wagons belched smoke while mobs clung to their sides, roaring, firing, falling, laughing, and climbing back on if the wheels did not pulp them first. Stompers lurched through refinery districts. Gargants strode on the far horizons, their smokestacks turning the sky darker, their guns loud enough to make hive windows shatter leagues away. Every victory drew more of them. Every fight fed the Wa. Every dead orc released spores into soil, already choked with generations of green hatred. Gazakul's legacy had not left Armageddon. It had seeded itself into the planet's bones. To the Astra Militarum, the war was maps, ration numbers, casualty estimates, artillery grids, and impossible orders. To the hive populations, it was hunger, sirens, conscription, smoke in the lungs, and the knowledge that death came either from the Xenos at the gate or the Commissar at the rear. To the Orcs, it was paradise. To the Black Dragons, it was work. 4 strike cruisers translated into the outer system, trailing warp frost and battle damage, their black hulls scarred from Denorian, Antagonis, and the long murder of the voyage between wars. The Ebon Drake came at their center like a void-born cathedral of judgment, its gun decks waking as soon as real space accepted its mass. Around it moved the strike cruisers, Ashen Fang, Bone of Varrock, and Pyre Talon, each bearing the black and white markings of the cursed chapter. They had been here before. The records remembered it in clipped, sanctified language. During the Third War for Armageddon, 9 of the chapter's 10 companies had come to this world and broken Orc power on Phoenix Island. Imperial archives made it sound clean. They spoke of deployment, resistance, counterattack, and victory. They did not speak of the stink. They did not speak of bone blades going dull in Orc meat. They did not speak of promethium fired into tunnels where wounded men and greenskins screamed together. Archives preferred outcomes. The Black Dragons remembered methods. High Dragon Arvek Thorn stood in the command cathedral with Armageddon turning beneath him. The hololith showed entire continents in motion. Steel Legion divisions were reduced to blue blocks and flickering casualty runes. Orc hordes burned as green storms around them. PDF trench continents blinked amber, then red, then black, each color meaning fewer living men remained behind the guns. Hive districts showed ration collapse. Refineries showed production delays. Mechanicus assets showed damage tolerance. Mortal lives showed as numbers too vast and too small to matter. Inquisitor Severian Holt looked at the same display and saw evidence, not evidence against the enemy. That was already beyond dispute. He saw evidence of necessity, the thing he hated most. The Black Dragons stood accused by their own flesh, yet worlds called for them. Armageddon had no time for purity proceedings. Armageddon demanded killers. It demanded angels of death who could fall from the sky into the heart of a breakthrough and make the enemy remember fear. A Vox officer bowed. Orbital Command requests immediate reinforcement at the Helbrecht Ash Rail, High Dragon. Civilian evacuees trapped. Steel Legion armor unable to disengage. Orc speed. Freak penetration continues toward the rail station. Another officer spoke before Thorn answered. Secondary report. Orc artillery spotters identified on Ridge Caron. They are directing long-range fire onto 3 hive districts. Estimated population under bombardment, several million. Spotter position screened by mobile scrap armor and bike mobs. Holt turned from the hololith. The station first. The civilians are alive now. Thorne did not look at him. The hive districts are alive now. Those people at the rail station are visible, reachable. So are the spotters. If the station falls, they die. If the spotters continue, the hive districts die. Holt's voice hardened. You reduce everything to arithmetic. Chaplain Darrig stood near the command pulpit, furnace light glinting across the drake's skull of his Crozius. Arithmetic is what remains when hope becomes inefficient. Thorne raised one hand. Dragon Claws deploy at Ridge Caron. 2nd Company elements to support Steel Legion armor after spotter elimination. The rail station receives no diversion until the guns are blind. Holt stared at him. You will let it fall. I will save what can still change the war. The launch bays opened. Drop pods hung in their cradles like black iron teeth, their interiors packed with giants. Kedro Var stood locked inside one, surrounded by the dragon claws of his strike cadre. The pod's restraint arms gripped his armor. His forearm blades were sheathed in adamantium, folded along his vambraces. Warning runes crawled across his vision. Atmospheric entry calculations pulsed in red. Outside, serfs chanted blessings and retreated before the launch klaxons began their final howl. Thane stood opposite him, helm bowed, chainsword mag locked across his back, bolt pistol loaded and blessed. Armageddon, Thane said over the squad vox. Kedro heard hunger in the younger warrior's voice. Not joy. Not exactly. Anticipation sharpened by the knowledge that this world had already taken and given much to their chapter. Do not honor the world, Kedro said. Honor the dead we left in it. By killing well. The pod fired. The universe became impact, flame and gravity. Kedro felt the launch through his bones. The drop pods screamed from the Ebon Drake into the burning atmosphere, black hull plates glowing with re-entry heat. Flak rose to meet them in ugly orange blooms. Orc guns fired without pattern or restraint, filling the sky with shells, rockets, tracer fire and laughter, broadcast on crude Vox systems. One drop pod in the formation took a direct hit and vanished in a blossom of burning ceramite and dead brothers. Its rune went black. No one spoke its name. Not yet. The surviving pod struck Ridge Caron in the middle of the Orc breakthrough. Not behind it, not beside it, but at its roaring center. Impact craters swallowed Orc bikes whole. Doors blew outward. Black dragons emerged into noise. Armageddon hit Kedro like a fist of heat, ash and stink. His helm filters fought the air and lost dignity doing so. The world smelled of promethium, rust, orc sweat, exhaust, blood, and old smoke. Around him, speed freaks were still turning toward the drop site, their vehicles skidding through corpse mud and ash. They did not retreat. They cheered. "Space Marines!" one of them bellowed through a speaker welded to the front of a truck. "Black ones! Bone ones! Get stuck in, lads!" Bolters answered. The first volley tore through the nearest war bikes, detonating engines and riders together. Orcs flew in pieces, arms spinning away with weapons still firing, heads bursting beneath mass reactive shells, torsos tumbling under wheels only to be crushed into the ash. The survivors laughed harder. A buggy mounted with saw blades rammed toward Kedro. He stepped aside at the last instant, drove one forearm blade into the engine block, and let the vehicle's own speed tear its heart apart. It flipped end over end, shedding burning orcs across the battlefield. "Advance through them," Kedro voxed. The dragon claws did not form a defensive circle. They struck forward. Their jump packs hurled them into the convoy. They landed on trucks, in truck beds, across bike mobs, and atop looted tanks daubed with crude glyphs. Bone blades punched into engines, throats, steering columns, and skulls. Chainswords roared until their teeth clogged with green meat and had to be revved clear in wet bursts. Bolt pistols fired at arm's length, each shot turning orc faces into sprays of teeth, blood, and brain matter. Flamers washed over mobs clambering from wreckage, and the orcs burned while still trying to charge, their skin blackening, their ammunition cooking off around them in popping bursts. Kadro landed in the bed of a racing truck packed with orcs. For a heartbeat, they stared at him. Then all of them attacked. A chopper struck his pauldron, another bit into his thigh plate. A slugger fired point blank into his chest, cracking black paint and doing nothing of value. Kadro rammed his left blade through the nearest orc's belly and ripped sideways, opening the creature across the gut. Its intestines spilled across the truck bed in thick coils. He turned, smashed his helm into another's face, and fired his bolt pistol under the jaw of a third. The shell detonated inside the skull, spraying the truck's cab with green brain matter. The driver laughed until Kadro drove a blade through the back of his neck and out through his mouth. The truck slewed. Kadro leapt clear as it ploughed into a mob of Gretchen and exploded. Beyond the convoy, Ridge Cairn rose from the ash waste in jagged tiers of black rock and scrap barricades. Orc spotters occupied the upper ridge with crude rangefinders, signal poles, and artillery vox rigs hammered together from stolen Imperial equipment. Around them roared nobs, ammo runts, bike bosses, and a war boss lieutenant, large enough to make lesser orcs give ground without being told. The lieutenant wore armor made from looted tank plates and the front half of a dead dreadnought. A power claw as large as a man clamped and unclamped on his right arm, its crude field sparking blue through the ash. Tusks jutted from a jaw wide enough to bite through a mortal torso. His skin was dark green, scarred, burned and stitched in places where pain boys had repaired him badly, but enthusiastically. He saw Kadro coming and grinned. "Dat one," the knob roared. "Dat one's mine." The Vox channel from Imperial Command crackled through Kadro's helm. A Steel Legion colonel shouted over artillery thunder. "My lord, the Ash rail station is breached. Civilians on platforms. We have orcs inside the transit hall, requesting immediate diversion. By the throne, they are cutting through the doors." Kadro looked up the ridge. The spotter rigs were still active. Shells were still falling on hive districts behind the front. Every minute meant towers collapsing, hab blocks burning, medici wards crushed beneath their own ceilings. "No diversion," Thorne said over Command Vox. The colonel's voice broke. "There are thousands in the station." "There are millions under the guns," Thorne replied. The line dissolved into static and distant screams. Kadro charged. The knob met him halfway up the ridge, power claw sweeping in a brutal arc. Kadro ducked beneath it and drove both forearm blades into the orc's chest. The point struck armor and skidded, carving sparks from looted plate. The knob slammed his forehead down into Kadro's helm. Warning runes flashed. Ceramite cracked around the left lens. "Good fight," the knob bellowed. Kadro fired his bolt pistol into the orc's ribs. The rounds detonated beneath armor, blowing out chunks of flesh, but the knob only laughed and swung again. The power claw caught Kadro's right arm. For a moment, the field screamed against adamantium. Then the sheath tore loose. Pain flared white through Kadro's nerves as the claw ripped the metal casing from his forearm blade, exposing the bone beneath. Blood ran from the torn anchor points inside the vambrace. The raw blade gleamed white, wet and uneven, no longer protected by sacred metal. The knob leaned close, breath hot and foul across Kadro's cracked helm. "Pretty bone." Kadro drove the exposed blade into the orc's mouth. It punched through gums, tongue and palate. The knob's jaws clamped down by instinct, cracking the outer layer of bone. Kadro pushed harder. The blade burst through the back of the skull in a spray of blood, tooth fragments and thick green brain matter. The knob's eyes widened, not with fear, but surprised that the fight had ended before he was finished enjoying it. Kadro twisted his arm. The skull split. The war boss lieutenant fell backward down the ridge, taking 3 smaller orcs with him. Thane and the Dragonclaws reached the spotter rigs seconds later. Flamers burned the ammo crews. Bolt shells shredded the rangefinders. One Dragonclaw lifted an orc signal mast and drove it down through the chest of the boss, operating the artillery vox. Another smashed the cogitator bank with his chainsword until sparks and blood flew together. Kadro ripped the main transmitter from its mounting and crushed it beneath his boot. Across the horizon, the orc bombardment faltered. 3 hive districts lived because an ash rail station died. Holt saw both outcomes from a command chimera several kilometers behind the line. He watched picked feeds from gun servitors, aerial drones and damaged guard vox towers. He saw the rail station fall beneath a green tide, its platforms vanishing under orcs and smoke. He saw civilians dragged from transit cars, heard brief snippets of screaming before the channel failed. Then he watched the ridge go silent and the artillery fire cease across the distant hive districts. He saw evacuation routes reopen. He saw Medicaid towers remain standing. He saw millions spared by a decision he wanted to condemn and could not honestly call wrong. Around his chimera, Steel Legion troops began to cheer. At first, it was scattered. A squad here, a tank crew there, men pointing through the ash as the black armored figures moved across Ridge Cairn, firelight catching bone-white markings and the wet edges of blades. Then the cheers spread along the line. Mortals who had stared at the black dragons with fear now raised laser guns, tank pennants, and bloodied helmets toward them. "Black dragons!" someone shouted. "Fire and bone!" another answered, mangling the battle cry, but meaning it. Holt stepped from the chimera into the toxic wind and listened. The same troops who would recoil from Kedro in a trench now praised him from a distance. That made the chapter more dangerous than open renegades. Renegades inspired hatred. Monsters who saved cities inspired loyalty in men too desperate to care about purity. A soldier who owed his life to a mutant might hesitate when ordered to burn him. A regiment might remember the black armor and white bone before it remembered the Inquisition's seal. Holt watched Kadro stand over the ridge, one forearm sheath torn away, exposed bone blade red and green with blood. "My Lord Inquisitor," said a Steel Legion officer beside him, voice hoarse with awe. "They did it." "Yes," Holt said. "They did." He did not sound grateful. The battle widened before it ended. 2nd Company Thunderhawks descended through flak and smoke, deploying squads into the broken convoy routes. Predator tanks rolled from armored landers and engaged looted wagons with Lascanon fire. Devastators set up among the ridge rocks and tore apart approaching mobs with heavy bolters until the ash below became a carpet of twitching green flesh. Dreadnought Nithig strode from a landing craft into a storm of incoming fire, his heavy flamer turning a charging mob into a wall of burning bodies. He laughed through the vox as rockets burst across his sarcophagus. "Armageddon," the Ancient One rumbled. Still loud, still ugly, still meat. By dusk, the orc breakthrough had been severed, not stopped. Armageddon did not permit such clean words. Severed, its head burned at Ridge Cairn, its body still thrashed across the wastes. Steel Legion armor moved in to crush what remained, treads grinding over orc, dead and human dead alike, because there was no time to sort the two beneath shellfire. Kadro stood, while Apothecary Mordain inspected his damaged arm. The exposed bone blade had cracked where the knob's jaw had bitten it. Blood still seeped from the torn sheath anchors. Mordain sprayed sealant into the wound and fixed a temporary brace around the growth. "You require surgical refitting," Mordain said. "Later. Your blade may fracture." Kadro looked across the ridge where pyres were already being lit to burn orc bodies before the spores spread further. "Then it will fracture in an enemy." Mordain's helm tilted. "Acceptable." High Dragonthorn's voice entered the command channel before Kadro could answer. "All companies, new priority." The hololith feed flashed across every command visor. Phoenix Island appeared as a red wound, surrounded by green. Its refinery towers, defensive walls and causeways were buried beneath assault markers. Orc mass estimates exceeded Guard Command's ability to count them usefully. Vox traffic from the island came in broken fragments, ammunition gone, walls breached, command posts overrun, promethium reservoirs burning, no extraction possible. A Guard general's voice cut through static, weary beyond fear. Phoenix Island is lost. Repeat, Phoenix Island is lost. Remaining forces are to delay until death. Emperor, preserve their souls. Silence followed. Then Thorn spoke. 9 companies redirect to Phoenix Island. Holt, standing within earshot of the command relay, turned sharply. 9 companies? You would commit almost the chapter entire to a position already marked dead? Thorn looked down from the ridge toward the burning world. In the distance, the Hive district still stood because the ash rail station had fallen. Above them, the sky flashed with the guns of fleets and gargants and dying aircraft. His voice carried across the Vox, cold and absolute. Then we shall make the dead island useful. Phoenix Island had never deserved its name. No paradise rose from its ash beaches. No green thing bent beneath clean wind. No birds crossed its skies unless they were machines burning on the way down. The island was refinery towers, promethium lakes, rusted causeways, bunker lines, pipe forests, and defensive walls buried beneath orc corpses stacked so high that the living greenskins climbed their own dead to reach the guns. It sat in a poison sea under a sky made black by smoke, shell fragments, and the torn contrails of dying aircraft. Every wave that struck the shore carried oil, ash, and body parts. Every breath without filtration was a slow execution. The orcs came in tides, not ranks, not formations, tides. Green bodies surged across the causeways and refinery flats in masses so dense that artillery crews did not need to aim. Shells landed anywhere and killed something. Earthshaker rounds burst among mobs and threw orcs into the air in pieces, limbs spinning, heads laughing until the blast wave tore the sound from their throats. Mortars walked fire across the approaches until the ground became a bubbling paste of mud, blood, and promethium runoff. Heavy bolters stitched red paths through the press. Lascannons punched burning holes through looted tanks. Still the orcs came. They came in battle wagons with iron tusks welded to their prows. They came in trucks vomiting smoke and bodies. They came riding war bikes across corpse fields, engines screaming louder than men dying. They came dragging guns behind squigs, the beasts snapping at anything close enough to chew. They came in killer cans with crude claws, spinning saws, and pilots howling inside their iron bellies. They came beneath banners made from skin, scrap, imperial uniforms, and the broken plates of slain tanks. They came because Phoenix Island was loud, burning and full of enemies, and to the orc mind that meant it was holy. Imperial Command had failed to hold it by every conventional measure. The Steel Legion had spent regiments buying meters. Their officers had spent voices ordering counterattacks. Their artillery had spent mountains of shells. Their medici stations had become corpse stores. Their Vox operators were half-deaf from bombardment and still screaming coordinates into channels filled with static, orc laughter, and dying men. Ammunition crates lay empty in the bunkers. Lehman Russ tanks fired from hull down revetments until their barrels glowed, then until they warped, then until they burst. Commissars shot men who tried to flee, then died beside men who no longer had anywhere to flee to. By the time the Black Dragons arrived in strength, the first defensive wall had become a mound of bodies and broken guns. High Dragon Arvek Thorn took command of the local kill grid without asking permission. The order simply came through every Imperial command channel on the island, cold, absolute, and already enacted. All Phoenix Island batteries, this is High Dragon Thorn of the Adeptus Astartes. Your fire lanes now answer to the Eben Drake. Steel Legion Command will maintain local defense and cease strategic interference. Refusal will be treated as battlefield incompetence and corrected. A Steel Legion general, voice hoarse and ragged, tried to protest. "This is General Cordain. You do not have planetary authority over my island." Thorn answered from orbit, while his ships burned through the upper atmosphere. "You no longer have an island. You have a corpse surrounded by orcs. I intend to make use of it." The channel went silent. Then the black dragons began to shape the dead ground into a jaw. Devastator squads deployed to the refinery causeways and upper pipe gantries, heavy bolters and lascannons mounted where they could cut across the orc advance at murderous angles. Predator tanks rolled from landers and took position behind shattered hab blocks, their machine spirits growling as lascannon sponsons tracked the largest scrap engines. Tactical squads reinforced the inner bastions, not to hold them forever, but to make the orcs believe those bastions were the true prize. Melter charges were set beneath refinery sectors, already leaking promethium. Flame traps were buried in the ash roads. Servo skulls drifted through smoke, marking targets for guns that no mortal commander could still coordinate. The dragon claws went below. Kadrovar led them into the promethium maintenance tunnels beneath the central refinery flats. The tunnels were narrow, hot and slick with oil. Pipes pulsed along the walls. Steam hissed from cracked valves. The air trembled with the thunder of the orc assault above, every impact shaking dust and rust from the ceiling. The dragon claws advanced, hunched beneath low beams, black armor scraping metal, forearm blades folded tight along their vambraces. Thane walked behind Kadro, Chainsward mag locked across his back, bolt pistol in hand. "High Dragon means to let them through," Thane said. Kadro checked the Auspex ghosts above them. "He means to let them believe it. The Steel Legion will break. They already broke. Now they serve as walls until walls are no longer required." Thane looked up as a blast shook the tunnel hard enough to make flakes of rust rain from the ceiling. "And the wounded?" Kadro did not turn. Do not mistake proximity for priority. Above them, the first Imperial line vanished. The orcs reached it under smoke and crude rockets. Battle wagons crashed into barricades already softened by shelling. Steel Legion last fire poured down in disciplined sheets until the greenskins hit the walls and discipline became screaming. Orcs climbed over one another, over their dead, over the dead of men, over burning wrecks and torn razor wire. Choppers fell. Bayonets rose. Men vanished beneath green bodies. Commissars fired bolt pistols into the press until orcs dragged them down and beat them apart with their own severed arms. A killer can punched through a bunker wall and filled the room beyond with saw teeth. A heavy bolter crew died around its gun, their bodies cut into red chunks that the gun continued to kick beneath as its trigger servitor locked in death spasm. A battle wagon exploded on a minefield, throwing orcs across the parapet in burning clusters. Those that landed inside the line stood up cheering and began killing. The first wall fell. The orcs roared so loudly that the vox channels clipped into static. Thorn watched from the command pulpit of a forward Thunderhawk circling under Auspex blackout, its hull blackened by flak scorch, its engines running quiet beneath storm and smoke. He wore Terminator armor now, black and bone white, its plates broader and heavier than battle plate, its helm crested like a drake skull. A stormbolter rested in one gauntlet. A thunderhammer hung mag locked at his back. Around him stood veterans of the First Company, their armor ancient, their weapons blessed and loaded. He watched the green tide pour over the first line. He did not speak. The second line gave way by design. Tactical squads withdrew from the outer bastions one at a time, firing as they moved, leaving behind ammunition stores rigged with charges and vox emitters broadcasting false retreat orders. Orcs flooded the abandoned positions, howling triumph, looting the dead, kicking open supply crates, beating wounded guardsmen into paste with rifle stocks and boots. Knobs bellowed for more speed. Mech boys hammered at captured gun emplacements, laughing as they turned them toward the inner refinery. The Orc spearhead drove deep into the island's throat. Thorn raised his hand. Now! Beneath the refinery flats, Kadro heard the word as if it had been spoken inside his skull. Claws, he voxed. Ascend! The tunnels became fire and motion. Jump packs ignited in confined spaces, the roar contained and made monstrous by metal walls. The dragon claws launched upward through maintenance grates, pipework, flooring and bodies. Kadro hit the ceiling first, bone blades punching through corroded plating. His jump pack flared again, and he burst into open battle through the floor of a captured bastion. The orcs above had just enough time to turn. He emerged inside them. Not before the orc advance, not behind it, inside it. Kadro's forearm blades took the first orc from groin to throat, opening the beast in a spray of blood, offal and steam. He kicked the corpse into another and fired his bolt pistol through both. Thane erupted from the deck beside a banner carrier and carved upward with both talons, splitting the orc's belly, chest, and face in one brutal rise. The banner fell, still clutched in dead fingers. Brother Jorvain came through beneath a knot of ammo runts and knobs, his jump pack hurling him into their legs. He landed low, blades flashing, cutting hamstrings, knees and bellies, until the larger orcs toppled into the slaughter. Across the refinery flats, dragon claws burst from grates, hatches and floor panels. They came up under command mobs, under banner poles, under the feet of knobs shouting orders. The orc spearhead convulsed. Its momentum folded inward. The mobs behind kept pushing, unaware that their front had become a killing pit. Bolters spoke from the inner bastions. Devastators opened from the causeways. Predator tanks rolled from smoke and fired into the flanks of the orc armor. Lascannon beams cut through battle wagons, turning engines and drivers into white fire. Heavy bolter shells ripped through bike mobs, shredding riders and machines together. Flamers ignited trenches of spilled fuel. Promethium traps turned whole sections of ash road into burning rivers. The island began to burn properly. Whether the black dragons were truly of Vulcan's blood remained a thing of rumor, denial, and sealed gene vaults, but they loved flame, as only warriors born under suspicion could love anything clean enough to erase. Heavy flamers roared from bastion doors. Hand flamers spat from dragonclaw gauntlets. Tactical squads withdrew through preset kill lanes and fired behind them, turning pursuing mobs into blackened heaps. Refinery vents were opened by command code, releasing ghost-pale vapors that rolled across orc-packed courtyards seconds before ignition transformed them into suns. Armageddon became Nocturne's nightmare reflection, a world of ash made holy by flame and monstrous by necessity. Kadro fought at the center. A knob swung a chain axe at his head. Kadro ducked beneath it, drove his left blade into the orc's belly, and lifted. The knob's weight fought him for a heartbeat, then the abdomen split, and a wet mass of organs spilled out across Kadro's arm. The orc tried to bite him anyway. Kadro fired into its open mouth and blew the back of its skull across the shoulder of another greenskin. His chainsword jammed minutes later, teeth clogged with stringy green meat and armor scrap. He let it hang uselessly from its chain and used his body instead. His exposed bone blade, still imperfect after Ridge Cairn, cracked deeper with every strike. Pain climbed his arm. He welcomed it. Pain meant the limb still answered. A killer can stomped through the smoke toward him, its saw arm screaming, its crude rocket launcher coughing flame. The machine smashed aside orcs and guardsmen without caring which were underfoot. Through the vision slit, Kadro saw the grot pilot inside, eyes huge, mouth open in delighted terror. The saw came down. Kadro rolled beneath it. The teeth chewed through the deck plating where he had stood. He came up against the machine's chest, punched his right blade into a gap beneath the engine cowling, and drove the raw bone spur through cables, oil lines, and something that shrieked like a living throat. His left hand found the exposed power core, a crude glowing cylinder wrapped in wires and glyph plates. He pulled. The core resisted. The can staggered. The saw arm slammed into Kydro's back, cracking ceramite and driving warning runes across his sight. He braced, snarled, and tore the core free in a shower of sparks and burning fluid. The killer can died standing. Kydro shoved the wreck around as cover, while orc fire hammered into its front. He leaned around the dead machine, pressed his bolt pistol against the pilot slit, and fired until the screaming grot vanished into red mist and scraps of bone. "Sergeant," Thane voxed. "Knob mob at your left." Kydro turned. The knobs came through the fire in a pack, huge, armored, laughing, each one big enough to break mortal lines by existing. Dragonclaws met them as brothers meet a task too large for one hand. They did not duel. They dragged the knobs down. 3 black dragons hit the first knob together. One took the power claw on his pauldron and lost the arm beneath it. Another drove both blades into the orc's thigh. Thane vaulted onto its back and rammed his combat blade into the base of its skull until the blade snapped. Kydro came in low, cut through the creature's knee, and helped bring it down. Once it fell, they hacked it apart with disciplined savagery, blades rising and falling until the knob was no longer a threat, no longer a warrior, no longer anything but meat. The other knobs died the same way, not honorably, efficiently. The Steel Legion officers saw the pattern forming before their men did. The orcs were too deep. The refinery sectors they occupied were marked with hidden charges and open fuel veins. Imperial wounded remained inside several of those sectors, trapped in aid posts overrun before evacuation could complete. Men were still transmitting from beneath collapsed walls, from Medici bunkers, from armored carriers, immobilized in the kill grid. General Cordain's voice returned to the command channel. "High Dragon, Sector Bastion Red still contains Imperial wounded. I have men alive in there." Thorn stood in his circling Thunderhawk, watching targeting runes align. How many? Hundreds, maybe more. How many orcs? Cordain's breathing rasped. Thousands. Then your wounded have purchased purpose. You cannot detonate while they are alive. Darrig entered the channel from the Reclusiam command relay on the ground, his voice a grinding sermon beneath the guns. They have already paid. Do not insult them by demanding poor value for their deaths. You black-hearted mutant, the general spat. A pause followed. Every officer on the channel heard it. Darrig answered softly. Correct. Thorn gave the order. The refinery sectors detonated. The blasts walked across Phoenix Island in a chain of firestorms. Promethium lakes ignited first, rising in curtains of white-orange flame. Storage towers burst like volcanic throats. Pipeline arteries ruptured and sprayed burning fuel across mobs packed too tightly to run. The central orc mass vanished beneath flames so intense that armor glowed and flesh blackened before falling from bone. Battle wagons cooked off from within. Killer cans stumbled blind, pilots boiling inside their machines. Squigs burst like sacks of fat. Orcs died roaring, laughing, screaming, firing into the fire because there was nothing else to shoot. Imperial wounded died with them. Some were mercifully vaporized. Others lived long enough to see the fire come through the bunker doors. Phoenix Island became a continent of flame. Then Thorn entered the battle. Teleport light cracked open in the orc rear, white lightning snapping across smoke and burning air. The High Dragon and his Terminator veterans appeared inside a crude command yard, ringed by scrap towers, ammo pits, and shouting crews. At its center stood the war boss leading the island assault, a massive beast in armor hammered from night plate and tank hulls, his jaw reinforced with iron, his eyes red with battle joy. For a heartbeat, Orc and Astartes regarded one another through the fire. Then Thorn raised his stormbolter. The weapon spoke in disciplined thunder. Grot crews vanished under mass reactive bursts. Ammo handlers exploded in showers of green flesh and brass casings. A mech boy reached for a shock weapon and lost his head, shoulders and upper chest to a single burst. Terminators advanced around Thorn, assault cannons and storm bolters cutting through the command yard, power fists pulping anything that came too close. The war boss charged. He crossed the yard like a living engine, knocking aside his own boys, firing a shooter the size of a heavy bolter. Rounds hammered Thorn's Terminator plate, cracking black paint and sparking from bone-white trim. Thorn did not slow. He mag-locked the storm bolter to his thigh and drew the thunder hammer from his back. The weapons met with a sound like a forge collapsing. The war boss's claw scraped across Thorn's chest plate, tearing away a chunk of ceramite and exposing the fiber bundles beneath. Thorn's hammer struck the orc's shoulder and crushed armor into flesh. The beast laughed, spat blood, and headbutted the high dragon hard enough to make the vox distort. "Good," Thorn said. He did not sound pleased. He sounded as though he had confirmed a range. The war boss swung again. Thorn stepped inside the arc. The thunder hammer rose in both hands and came down into the orc's chest. The power field discharged. Armor buckled inward. Ribs became fragments. The war boss's back exploded outward in a spray of blood, bone, and torn machinery. Its heart, too large and too stubborn, burst against the inside of its own spine. The creature staggered, still trying to lift the claw. Thorn struck again. The second blow caved the skull into the torso. The war boss fell to its knees, then forward, shaking the deck when it hit. Thorn planted one boot on the corpse and looked across the burning command yard. Orcs faltered. Not from fear. Not exactly. From the sudden absence of the biggest thing telling them where to go. The black dragons killed them before instinct found a replacement. By nightfall, Phoenix Island held. Held was another generous word. The island was ruined. Whole refinery sectors were gone. The first and second defensive walls no longer existed as structures. The ash beaches were glassed in places by heat. The Prometheum lakes still burned. Orc corpses lay in hills around the causeways, already being drenched in more fuel to prevent spore spread. Steel Legion survivors moved like ghosts through smoke, too deaf to hear orders, too exhausted to celebrate properly. Imperial propaganda found its voice before the fires cooled. "A miracle at Phoenix Island," the broadcasts said. The Emperor's angels descending in wrath. The black and white saviors of the refinery chain. 9 companies of black dragons breaking the green tide where mortal courage had held long enough for deliverance. Steel Legion banners would later mark the date. Priests would write sermons about sacrifice. Administratum scribes would reduce the dead to acceptable columns. Holt wrote something else. Mutation-enabled atrocity of undeniable strategic value. He sealed the phrase in a private report and stared at it for a long time. Outside the command shelter, guardsmen cheered the black dragons as they withdrew through the smoke. Some raised helmets. Some made the sign of the Aquila. Some whispered fire and bone with voices ruined by ash. They did not see the wounded left in the refinery sectors. They did not see Thorn's casualty calculations. They saw monsters who had come when the island was already dead and forced it to keep serving the Imperium. That was enough for soldiers. It was not enough for Holt. The black dragons did not remain for celebration. Their Thunderhawks landed and lifted again in steady procession, carrying wounded brothers, empty ammunition crates, recovered gene seed and armor blackened by flame. Cadro boarded last from the central causeway, his cracked forearm blade braced and wrapped in temporary adamantium. He looked once across Phoenix Island, across the burning Prometheum, across the Orc dead, across the Steel Legion survivors cheering through blood and soot. Thane stood beside him. "They will remember us." Cadro stepped onto the ramp. "That is another wound." Before the ramp closed, the sky changed. At first it seemed like another storm front rolling across Armageddon's poisoned heavens. Then the clouds split with colors no furnace had made. Red light bled through the ash. Thunder rolled without shells. Vox channels filled with prayer, static and distant screaming. Across the island, men looked upward. Some fell to their knees. Some began firing at the sky. The command channel cracked open, with Armageddon High Command shouting over alarms, unnatural atmospheric breach, astropathic distress, warp phenomenon spreading across multiple theaters, demonic contact suspected, all available forces redirect. Repeat, all available forces redirect. The war is changing. On the Thunderhawk's ramp, Kadro watched the sky bleed. In orbit, High Dragon Thorn received the summons without surprise. He had never believed war finished, merely because men named a victory. "Set course," he ordered. "Phoenix Island has served." The Ebon Drake turned above the world of ash, and below it the fires of Armageddon burned redder than before. The aftermath of Phoenix Island was worse than the battle, because the guns had stopped long enough for men to see what victory had required. Corpse fields stretched from the refinery walls to the ash beaches in layered drifts of green, grey, and black. Orcs lay in piles where the firestorms had caught them too tightly packed to fall. Some were fused together by heat. Limbs and weapons melted into communal heaps of meat, iron, and charred hide. Others still twitched beneath bulldozer blades, too stubborn to understand that death had claimed them. Steel Legion engineering crawlers moved through the fields, with broad plows lowered, shoving bodies into burning trenches, while flamer teams followed behind, washing every meter of ground with promethium to kill the spores. Nothing was allowed to rot. Rot belonged to other gods, other wars. The orc dead went into pyres. The human dead went into pyres beside them, when no one could identify enough of the body to separate one sacrifice from another. Commissars argued until their voices failed. Monitorum scribes tried to count. Priests staggered through smoke, offering rites over heaps large enough to hide tanks. The rites became shorter as the day went on. By dusk, a name, a sign of the Aquila, and a splash of sacred oil became luxury. By night, men were burning without names because the flames had fallen behind schedule. Steel Legion survivors knelt along the central causeway when the black dragons passed. Some knelt from reverence, some from exhaustion, some because their legs had ceased obeying. They held out weapons, helmets, bandaged hands, scraps of torn banner cloth. They begged blessings from warriors they had feared the day before. They whispered thanks through cracked respirators. A few sobbed openly. One tank commander, his face burned nearly featureless, bowed his head as Kadrovar walked past and murmured the chapter's battle cry as if it were a prayer. "Fire and bone." Kadro did not bless him. No black dragon did. They were not priests to the mortal masses. They were not gentle hands descending from heaven. They were the reason Phoenix Island still existed as a military asset, and the reason its living dreamed of flame when they closed their eyes. The chapter moved through the kneeling men without pause. Black armor scorched grey, white markings stained brown, adamantium sheaths nicked and dark with blood. Apothecaries walked among them like pale executioners, escorted by armed dragon claws and terminators from the First Company. They harvested their own dead beneath guard. Brother Argo was found in a crater where a killer can had exploded around him. Brother Malchior lay half-buried beneath orc bodies, his armor split open, one hand still locked around the throat of a knob he had strangled after his bolter ran dry. Brother Varkos had been reduced to a torso and helm, but his progenoid glands remained intact. Apothecary Mordain recovered them with surgical precision, while orc spores burned in clouds around him. A Mechanicus observer approached the recovery site with 2 servo skulls and a data wand. The dragon claw guarding Mordain turned his helm. "Stand away!" The observer's red robes snapped in the toxic wind. The Omnissiah requires verification of gene seed status. This battlefield falls under Joint Recovery Authority. The Dragonclaw extended one forearm blade. The adamantium edge caught the pyre light. "Stand away." The observer stood away. Later, aboard the Ebon Drake, Inquisitor Severian Holt convened his tribunal in a chamber that had once served as a strategium annex, and now smelled of ash, machine oil, and cold suspicion. He did not call it a trial. That would have required rights the Black Dragons had not granted and authority they had not acknowledged. He called it a battlefield inquiry under inquisitorial seal, and the distinction was thin enough to cut throats with. The chamber was crowded with witnesses who were not permitted to seem afraid. High Dragon Arvek Thorn stood at the center, unhelmed, his face severe beneath the hard ridges of old mutation. His Terminator armor had been repaired only enough to move. The rents in its chest plate remained visible, marked but not hidden. Chaplain Darrig stood to his left, Crozius grounded before him, eyes dark and contemptuous. Apothecary Mordain stood to Thorn's right, white armor immaculate again, because blood never clung to him longer than he allowed. Kedro Var remained behind them with several dragon claws, his damaged forearm sheath replaced by a temporary black brace that left part of the bone blade visible. Holt stood across from them at a lectern of black iron, his rosette resting against his chest. His face looked older than it had before Phoenix Island, not weaker, only harder around the eyes. Picked slates, data crystals, and sealed witness capsules lay before him in ordered rows. He had built his case from war. Gene tithe inconsistencies, Holt said. Documented obstruction of Mechanicus oversight. Unauthorized surgical manipulation within the Apothecarian. Battlefield deployment of unstable phenotypic abnormalities as a formal assault doctrine. Mass casualty decisions resulting in the immolation of Imperial wounded. Repeated refusal to grant external access to recovered gene seed and fallen bodies. His voice did not rise. He did not need it to. The chamber carried every word. Your loyalty is not in question. Darrig's iron jaw clicked. How generous. Holt ignored him. Your danger is. A hololith flared above the lectern. It showed dragon claws erupting from Phoenix Island's tunnels, bone blades opening orcs from groin to throat, black-armored giants advancing through flame. Another image replaced it, stolen from the Apothecarian. A neophyte strapped to a slab while apothecaries opened his forearm and guided a white growth outward with clamps and shaping braces. Another followed, Mordain sealing a black reliquary marked for no Martian tithe. Another, Thorn ordering refinery sectors burned, while Imperial life signs remained within them. Holt let the images speak for several breaths. The Imperium has tolerated much from its angels of death, he said. Secrecy, autonomy, ritual brutality, divergent customs, even deformity when contained. But you do not contain this. You exalt it. You build doctrine around it. You make your flaw into a banner and expect the Imperium to cheer when it wins battles. Thorn answered calmly. The Imperium did cheer. That is precisely the danger. A figure in dark green armor stood among the witnesses, half-cloaked, helm held beneath one arm. The Dark Angel's liaison had refused deployment beside the Black Dragons during the Phoenix Island counterstroke and had remained aboard his own strike vessel until summoned by Holt. His name had been given as Brother Seraphiel. Whether it was true was irrelevant. He watched the Black Dragons with the cold stillness of a warrior measuring contamination. My chapter will not deploy in integrated formation with unstable gene stock, Seraphiel said. Joint theater presence is acceptable. Mixed command is not. From the other side of the chamber, a captain of the Marines Malevolent gave a harsh laugh. His yellow armor was chipped and smoke-scored. His helm was under one arm, his lips split from recent battle. Call it what it is. Mutants. Useful mutants, perhaps. But mutants still. Several dragon claws shifted. Not much. Enough. Kedro's fingers flexed against his gauntlet. Thane, standing beside him, tilted his helm toward the Marine's malevolent captain with the slow attention of a predator deciding whether a thing could scream. The air thickened. Terminators along the chamber wall adjusted their stance. Holt noticed every movement. Thorn noticed sooner. "Stillness," the High Dragon said. The word struck harder than a shout. The dragon claws became statues. The Marine's malevolent captain smiled with ugly satisfaction. "Leashed mutants, better than feral ones." Darrig turned his head toward the yellow armored warrior. "Your chapter has a reputation for spending Imperial lives freely, and yours for growing knives out of its arms. Then we are both known for honest methods." Holt brought the butt of his palm down against the lectern. "Enough." Darrig looked back to him. "You have called witnesses to dress accusation as inquiry. Proceed." Holt's eyes narrowed. "You may answer, Chaplain." Darrig stepped forward. The furnace glow of the chamber lamps caught the skull head of his Crozius. "I will not plead. No one asked you to. Good. Pleading is for the guilty and the weak, and the Black Dragons have little talent for either." He turned slowly, letting his gaze move across Holt, the Dark Angel, the Marine Malevolent, the Mechanicus observers, and the armed serfs clustered at the edge of sanctioned fear. Worlds held, Xenos slain, plague fronts contained, orc assaults broken, refinery systems recovered, mass conveyors reclaimed, hive districts spared. The corpse tally of our enemies would bury this chamber. The lives purchased by our curse would fill the holds of your ships until the engines choked on breathing. His voice deepened. "You look at our bones and call them sin. Good. Judge the bone if you must. Count the dead it made first." No one spoke for a moment. Darrig's eyes settled on Holt. "You think the curse is unpaid debt? It is not. We pay in flesh every hour we live. We pay on the slab. We pay in armor that must be carved open to fit us. We pay when brothers become too much of what we are and must be killed by the hands that held their oaths. We pay before your reports are written and after your witnesses grow old. The curse is not a crime awaiting sentence. It is a tithe already given." Holt touched one of the data crystals. The hololith shifted again, returning to the apothecarian footage. A neophyte screamed silently, while Mordane's surgical clamps drew bone into alignment. Another image showed a brace tightening around a growth until blood ran down the arm in bright sheets. "This is not merely endured," Holt said. "This is guided." Mordane's helm tilted. "Every chapter has rights outsiders would call monstrous. Do not hide behind generalities. I do not hide. You manipulate the growths. We prevent them from killing the host. You sharpen them. We make them useful. You reinforce them. We keep warriors alive. You select for them." Mordane did not answer immediately. The silence was answer enough to some. Holt leaned forward. "Apothecary, have you preserved tissue from unstable brothers for continued chapter use?" Darrig's grip tightened around his Crozius. Mordane's voice remained smooth. "The apothecarian preserves what serves the chapter. That is not an answer. It is the only answer permitted." "By whom?" Thorn spoke before Mordane could. "By me." The chamber drew in around that admission. Holt looked at the High Dragon. "Then the responsibility rests with command." "It always has." The Inquisitor turned to Cadro. "Brother Sergeant Var, step forward." Cadro did. His boots struck the deck like slow artillery. He stopped before the lectern, towering over Holt. The exposed line of his damaged bone blade rested visible in its temporary brace, white against black ceramite. Holt looked up at him. "Do you consider yourself human?" "No." "Do you regret that?" "No." "Do you consider yourself pure?" Kydro's face did not change. "Purity is a corpse word. I am loyal." A whisper moved through the mortal witnesses. Holt ignored it. "Loyal to what?" "The Emperor." "The Imperium?" "The Emperor." "The chapter?" "Yes." "And if those loyalties conflict?" Cadro looked past him to Thorn, then to Darrig, then back. "Then men like you arrive." The Marine's malevolent captain laughed again. Cadro's eyes flicked toward him. The laugh died. Holt stepped closer to the lectern. If ordered to submit to censure, confinement, gene seed seizure, and dissolution of dragonclaw formations, would you obey? No. The chamber went very still. Thorn's voice came like a blade laid flat against stone. Brother Sergeant. Caedro did not lower his eyes. I would await the High Dragon's order. Holt's mouth tightened. And if the High Dragon obeyed? Caedro's jaw worked once. I would obey. Even if obedience meant the death of your cadre? Caedro's voice became quieter. We are already dead. The chapter has not finished using us. That answer unsettled the chamber more than defiance would have. The tribunal recessed into armed silence. No one called it recess. Holt had enough to condemn. Thorn had enough power to make condemnation costly. The Mechanicus wanted access. The Dark Angels wanted distance. The Marines Malevolent wanted insult to become permission. The Black Dragons wanted war, because war was the only court where their evidence outweighed their flesh. In a side passage outside the chamber, Thane spoke what several dragon claws were already thinking. Give the order, he said to Caedro. The Inquisitor dies, his vessel dies, the witnesses die, the files burn, we return to war. Caedro looked at him. You think that thought quietly? I think it correctly. Two other dragon claws stood behind Thane. Neither denied agreement. Before Caedro could answer, Thorn emerged from the chamber, helm beneath his arm, face like carved basalt. The dragon claws bowed, but not quickly enough to hide what had been said. Killing an Inquisitor is easy, Thorn said. Thane lowered his head. High Dragon. Killing his ship is easy. Killing witnesses is easy. Burning records is easy. Do you know what is difficult? No one answered. Surviving the truth afterward. Caedro met Thorn's gaze. He will not stop. No. Then he remains a threat. Yes. Why spare him? Thorn stepped close enough that the younger Dragonclaws seemed to diminish beneath his shadow. Because we are not renegades. We do not murder imperial authority because it wounds our pride. We endure the blade until it falls, or we break it in lawful war. Our cruelty is bounded by duty. Forget that, and Holt becomes correct. Thane said nothing. Thorn turned toward the command deck as alarms began to pulse red through the corridor. At first they sounded like ordinary battle summons. Then the astropaths began screaming. The sound tore through the ebon drake in layers, not carried by Vox alone, but through the bones, the teeth, the old fears sleeping inside every mortal aboard. Serfs dropped where they stood, blood running from noses and ears. Servo skulls spiraled into walls. Cherubim burst apart in their cages. Lumen strips flickered from red to black, to the color of old bruises. In the Reclusium, candles bent toward no wind. In the Apothecarian, gene vats bubbled as if something beneath the fluid had begun to breathe. The tribunal chamber doors burst open. Holt came out with his pistol drawn, not aiming at anyone, because there was suddenly too much to aim at. What is happening? A ship-wide Vox screech answered in fragments. Astropathic collapse, warp surge, planetary empiric breach, ash wastes compromised, demonic manifestation across multiple theaters, Imperial and Orc forces in uncontrolled proximity, some ceasefire indicators. Repeat, some ceasefire indicators between human and greenskin forces under demonic pressure. Reality failure spreading. Armageddon's hololith appeared on corridor projectors, distorted and bleeding. Red fissures opened across ash wastes. Manufactorum districts twisted into impossible angles. Orc mobs that had been advancing on Imperial trenches were now turning to fight things emerging from the ground between them. Guardsmen fired beside greenskins for minutes at a time because the alternative had too many horns, too many mouths, too much burning brass and wet unreality. Vox channels carried prayers, orc war cries, and demonic laughter braided together until meaning collapsed. The great rift's aftershocks had reached the world of ash. Armageddon was becoming something worse than war. Thorn walked back into the tribunal chamber. Holt followed him. The witnesses were shouting now. The Dark Angel's liaison was already speaking into a private vox. The Marine's malevolent captain had his helm on and one hand on his weapon. Mechanicus observers chanted machine prayers as their instruments spat impossible readings. Holt looked at his evidence, still displayed above the lectern. Then he looked at the black dragons. He understood the shape of the choice and hated it for existing. Continue judgment and hold back the chapter while Armageddon cracked open beneath demonic assault. Release them, and every hour of war would add more corpses to their defense. More victories, more soldiers who would cheer them, more proof that monsters could be necessary. Thorn waited. He did not ask. Asking would have given Holt comfort. The Inquisitor closed his hand around the edge of the lectern until his knuckles whitened. "You will deploy," Holt said. Darrig's eyes narrowed, not in gratitude, but contempt for how long the words had taken. Holt pointed at Thorn. "This is not absolution." Thorn lifted his helm and locked it into place. The red lenses woke one after the other. "I did not ask for any." The ebon drake became a weapon in motion. Battle orders thundered through every deck. Armory doors opened. Serfs dragged ammunition carts at a run. Devastators received fresh, heavy bolter belts. Plasma coils were lifted from cooling shrines by chanting servitors. Thunderhawks came alive in their cradles, engines snarling. Drop pods rotated into launch position. Dragon claws knelt while apothecaries checked their sheaths and sealed wounds that had no time to heal. Kadro flexed his braced arm until pain flashed across his visor and the bone blade shifted beneath the temporary metal. "Usable," Mordain said. "Good," Kadro replied. In the Reclusiam, the statues began to weep blood. Stone saints with sword and scroll faces bled from carved eyes. A marble emperor enthroned above the furnace shed dark red tears that hissed when they struck the heated metal below. Serfs fell to their knees. One began screaming that the ship was damned. Darrig silenced him with a backhand that broke his jaw and left him unconscious on the chapel floor. The chaplain climbed the steps before the furnace and turned to face the assembled brothers. His croziers burned with reflected fire. Blood from the statues ran down the black stone walls behind him. "Brothers," he voxed, and his voice carried through the cruiser, through the assault bays, through the gun decks, through the apothecarian and into every helm. The warp opens its throat. The dead world below becomes hell. The clean will pray. The weak will flee. The Xenos will howl at the dark and mistake noise for courage. We are black dragons. We were cursed before the storm learned our names. Kadro knelt among the dragon claws. Thorn stood in the command cathedral. Mordain sealed black reliquaries. Holt listened from the tribunal chamber, his report unfinished, his judgment delayed by apocalypse. Darrig raised the drake skull Crozius. "Fire and bone," he roared. "Make hell fear us." Armageddon became impossible. The ash wastes folded, while men were still dying on them. Plains that had been flat for 10,000 years buckled into brass valleys, ridged with teeth of black iron. Trench lines stretched, twisted, and looped back upon themselves, so that whole companies found themselves firing into their own rear, while the enemy came laughing from the front. Manufactorum towers leaned inward, like predators over wounded prey. Windows opened where there had been armor plate. Mouths opened where there had been windows. Rivers of promethium ran uphill beside rivers of blood, both boiling beneath a sky that no longer obeyed weather, night, or sanity. The horizon bled, not with metaphor, not with the weakness of mortal poetry. The horizon bled in red sheets, soaking clouds already poisoned by smoke, falling as warm rain across the ash wastes. Where the rain touched orc corpses, they twitched. Where it touched human dead, they whispered prayers through broken jaws. Where it touched machine spirits, engines screamed through their exhausts, and refused commands until tech priests beat them with sacred wrenches and recited Binharic exorcisms. Gargants fired into demon hordes. Their guns were crude enough to insult war and large enough to silence criticism. Shells the size of hab blocks screamed down into packs of red demons, surging across the broken flats, bursting among brass horns, black blades and sinew like fire given hatred. Orcs cheered from the Gargant shoulders as return fire from Imperial artillery hammered the same targets and everything between them. Earthshaker batteries pounded orc mobs, demon packs, abandoned guard trenches and their own last known coordinates because the Voxnet had collapsed into prayer, laughter and screaming. The war had not ended. It had found a deeper mouth. High Dragon Thorn watched the world tear open from the Ebon Drake's command cathedral. The hololithic projection of Armageddon no longer held its shape. Continents shivered. Hive districts blinked from material to immaterial and back. Lines of imperial control became static. Orc concentrations became storms of green and red. Demonic manifestations refused measurement, appearing as glyphs, wounds, impossible angles, and corrupted temperature readings. Astropathic messages came through as voices begging for mothers they no longer remembered, or as hymns sung backward by men with no tongues. The ship shook, though nothing had struck it. Across the fleet, companies were scattered by necessity. Second Company bled in the ruins of a refinery arc. Fifth Company held a broken causeway against demons made from living flame. Seventh Company had vanished inside a warp fog bank, along with 3 Steel Legion regiments and an orc horde large enough to shake Auspec's returns from orbit. No commander held the whole war in hand. No map remained honest for longer than a breath. Thorn did not attempt to control all fronts. He cut the war into wounds and sent blades into each one. Kadrovar's wound was Hive Acheron's lower cathedral district, where gravity failed in pulses and the streets were choked with 3 armies that should not have been able to exist in the same place for longer than a moment without killing one another. Yet there they were. Steel Legion remnants fired from behind overturned chimeras and corpse barricades. Orc mobs brawled through smoke-choked avenues, drawn not by strategy, but by the promise of noise. Cultists in stained work robes surged from cathedral refineries, carrying saws, autoguns, icons made from bone and brass, and screaming praises to gods whose names curdled the air. Blood letters came through the stairwells in packs, red skin slick beneath the ash rain, hellblades raised, hooves striking sparks from imperial stone. Caedro led the Dragonclaws through them all. Gravity died as they entered the district's main stairwell. Men, shell casings, blood. Droplets and severed limbs lifted from the steps as if the world had exhaled. A blood letter floated for a heartbeat in front of Caedro, its blade raised, its horned face twisted in rage at the indignity of weightlessness. Caedro fired his bolt pistol into its chest. The shell detonated inside warp flesh and blew out a cavity of black fire. The demon did not die. It folded around the wound and came forward through the air. Caedro met it with his forearm blade. The edge had been anointed before deployment. Chaplain Darrig had cut his own palm over the adamantium and bone, mixing blood with purity ash scraped from Phoenix Island's dead and oil from the Reclusiam furnace. The blessing had not made the blade holy in any gentle sense. It had made it hateful. The bone edge entered demon flesh. The bloodletter screamed, not in pain alone, in offense, in outrage that a cursed loyalist mutation, sharpened by apothecaries and condemned by inquisitors, could bite into the stuff of hell. Caedro drove the blade upward, tearing through the creature's ribs, shoulder and throat. Its body split into embers and red smoke, vanishing around his arm. Bone wounds them, Thane voxed. Then use bone, Caedro said. Gravity returned. Everything fell. Bodies hit stairs and stone with wet cracks. A guardsman landed badly, and his spine folded backward. An orc crashed through a railing and laughed all the way down until a bloodletter waiting below split him from skull to pelvis. The dragon claws landed on their feet or against walls, armor compensating, jump packs snarling in short bursts. They went upward. The cathedral refinery above them had once been a place where promethium was blessed before distribution to the island fronts. Its nave was a forest of pipe organs, fuel conduits, and saints carved from iron. Now the saints had grown eyes. The pipes sang with voices trapped inside boiling fuel. Blue and pink fire crawled along the ceiling in patterns that made the helm lenses blur. Gentian flame twisted refinery towers into spirals, unfolded gantries into impossible stairways, and turned servitors into shrieking birds of wire and meat. Bolters fired. The shells struck warp flesh and sometimes burst it. Sometimes they passed through it and detonated in walls. Sometimes the demons changed where they had been standing after the trigger was pulled, so that bolts killed cultists, orcs, or nothing at all. Flamers did better. Promethium carried certainty. It roared from black dragon weapons in sacred sheets, turning lesser demons into collapsing silhouettes and making unreality recoil from the simple doctrine of burning fuel. Meltigans punched white holes through demon engines stalking the nave, brass skulls and meat pistons melting into slag. Crack missiles cracked open skull-faced walkers, whose mouths vomited chain lengths and human teeth. Plasma fire burned so brightly that the air around it remembered physics for a few precious seconds. Kadro's squad drove into the center aisle. An orc mob joined them. It happened without command. A pack of orcs burst through a side chapel, chasing a cluster of bloodletters with wild joy. Their nob saw the black dragons moving toward the largest knot of demons and made the only calculation his kind respected. "Follow the spiky beakies," he roared. "They know where the good fight is." For 7 minutes, orcs and black dragons killed in the same direction. The orcs did not become allies. They became weather. They crashed into demons, laughing as hellblades opened their bellies and spilled steaming intestines onto the floor. They bit, they hacked, they fired sluggers point blank into faces of brass and fire. The black dragons used them as moving cover, killing over their shoulders, through their gaps, and sometimes through them. Kadro saw Thane drive a bone blade through a bloodletter and the orc behind it in the same thrust. The orc looked down at the blade in his chest, laughed blood across his tusks, and tried to swing at Thane before dying. At the district's western breach, the temporary madness became policy. Steel Legion survivors and an orc mob had been trapped between a Cornety spearhead and a collapsed hab wall. The demons came in ranks of red flesh and black iron, led by a juggernaut that crushed bodies into red paste beneath brass hooves. The guardsmen had no ammunition for a full defense. The orcs had no interest in retreat. Both sides turned their weapons outward because anything else meant being butchered from behind by hell itself. The message reached Thorn through 6 relays and a dying Vox priest. Steel Legion requesting permission to fire alongside Greenskins. Greenskins engaging demonic host. Immediate decision required. Holt stood in the Ebon Drake's command cathedral when the Vox report arrived. Blood still marked his cheek from a ruptured pressure seal during the last tremor. "You cannot allow it." Thorn did not look away from the hololith. "I can allow anything that kills demons. They are orcs. They will remain orcs in 19 minutes. That is not absolution for them either. Good. I have none to spare." Thorn opened the local command channel. "Cease engagement with orc force at Western Breach. Direct all fire into demonic spearhead. Duration, 19 minutes. At mark, resume extermination of Xenos." Holt stared at him. "You plan to betray them?" "No. You just gave the order. I gave sequence." For 19 minutes, the impossible held. Lascannons and rockets struck the juggernaut together. Frag grenades and stick bombs burst among bloodletters. A Steel Legion sergeant and an orc nob stood back to back on a mound of bodies, both screaming different words that meant kill. Then the demonic spearhead broke. Its leader fell beneath melter fire and a power claw strike. Its body dissolved into cinders, leaving a crater full of molten brass. The 19th minute ended. Black Dragon's devastators opened from the upper hab line. Heavy bolters ripped through the orc mob before it could turn its triumph into momentum. Steel Legion survivors, already given the order, fired into the greenskins at point-blank range. The Nob died swinging at men he had fought beside a moment before. The sergeant who had stood near him did not stop firing until his lasgun overheated and burst in his hands. Holt said nothing for several seconds, then softly, "Treachery." Thorne's answer carried no heat. Sequence. The deeper war demanded deeper sins. Mordain had kept the Deep Claw hidden through Denorian, Antagonus, and Phoenix Island. They had existed as sealed medical notations, black reliquaries, restricted armory requisitions, and footsteps heard only behind forbidden doors. They were black dragons whose bodies had gone too far for ordinary deployment and not far enough for execution. Some had skull crests too large for standard helms. Some had forearm growths that branched beyond the lines of any weapon sheath. Some had spines ridged like saws beneath armor built by tech marines, who never entered the designs into shared Mechanicus archives. They were not chaos-tainted. That was almost worse. They were loyal nightmares. Mordain unleashed them when the demonic ritual beneath Hive Acheron's crust began to draw blood from every dead thing in the district and pull it downward through stone. The sealed drop pods fell from the Ebon Drake without heraldry. They were black, unmarked, their machine spirits chained to one command. They struck the plaza before the cathedral refinery in a circle of impacts that shattered stone and threw cultists into the air. For a moment, no doors opened. Then the pod split. The Deep Claw emerged. They were 3-meter giants in custom armor, too massive for ordinary plate, too misshapen to be mistaken for any approved pattern. Their helms were elongated and ridged to contain bone crowns. Their vambraces were opened along multiple lines where talons and spurs emerged in hooked clusters. One bore a chain blade mounted along a forearm growth, as if the weapon had been grafted onto the skeleton. Another had adamantium teeth built into a helm grill that could bite and tear. Their shoulders were hunched beneath layered black ceramite. Their white markings looked less like heraldry than exposed anatomy. Holt saw them through a picked relay and forgot to breathe. Darrig stood beside the relay, expression unreadable. "You hid this," Holt said. "Yes," Darrig replied. "You deployed them." "Yes. They are abominations. They are brothers." On the field, the Deep Claw entered the demon host like a verdict no sane court would sign. They did not fight beautifully. They fought with the ugly certainty of things built for the last door before extinction. One seized a bloodletter in each hand and tore both apart, shaking his arms until their bodies dissolved into sparks. Another took a hellblade through the abdomen, trapped it there with clenching muscle and armor clamps, then headbutted the demon until its skull collapsed. A third charged a brass engine on all fours for 6 strides before rising and driving his talons through its knee joints, dragging the machine down, while Kydro's squad fired crack missiles into its opened chest. Kydro watched them from the refinery steps. He had known of them, in the way a warrior knows there are locked chambers in his father's house, and does not ask what breathes behind them. Seeing them unleashed still tightened something inside him. Thane stood beside him, voice low over the squad channel. "Are they what we become?" Kydro watched a Deep Claw brother bite the face from a cult champion and spit the skull plate aside. "If we fail. And if we succeed?" Kydro lifted his bolt pistol and fired into a demon climbing the steps. "Then we die before needing cages." The ritual pit lay beneath the plaza, exposed when the ground split open. It was not a hole so much as a wound in the planet's memory. Blood ran into it from every street. Corpses slid toward it, even when no slope should have carried them. Cultists threw themselves in, laughing as gravity bent their bodies long and thin before swallowing them. At the base of the wound, something was trying to form from brass, shadow, orc rage, human despair, and 10,000 years of Armageddon slaughter. It had too many hands. It had no face yet. That was mercy. "Beacon placement required," Thorn voxed. "Orbital fire locked but blind. Mark the throat." Kedro looked at the descent. "Dragon claws moving," Mordain interrupted. "Deep claw are better suited." Darrig's voice cut through both channels. "They will descend." The deep claw did not hesitate. They hurled themselves into the wound, slamming talons into the walls, climbing downward through blood rain and screaming stone. Demons rose to meet them. The giants tore through them, losing pieces of armor, talons, flesh, and sanity with every meter. Warp pressure thickened around them. Their mutations worsened visibly. Bone spurs burst through armor seams. One brother's helm split as his skull crown expanded beneath it. Another's forearm talons branched until he could no longer close his hand around his weapon. Still, they descended. Holt watched in horror as effectiveness became indictment. The black dragons had not merely endured suspicion, they had built a place for it, a doctrine for it, a reserve force from the very thing the Imperium feared most. Not berserkers, not accidents, weapons, hidden, maintained, deployed when the war became too terrible for cleaner heroes. "Emperor, preserve us," Holt whispered. Darrig glanced at him. "He preserved you with them." At the bottom of the wound, the first deep claw reached the ritual throat and drove the targeting beacon into the forming thing's chest. The beacon flashed once, then steadied. "Mark confirmed," Thorn said. Kedro saw the problem before it was spoken. "Extraction?" No answer came. The warp pressure surged. The deep claw began to disappear beneath demons and bone growth. One brother tore free, climbed 3 meters upward, then stopped as his spine erupted through his back in a white fan of impossible growth. He turned his helm toward Kedro's picked feed. For an instant, red lenses met red lenses. "Fire!" the deep claw brother voxed. His voice was almost unrecognizable beneath pain. "Before we become useful to it." Darrig gave the order. "Orbital strike, full sanctified lance, no extraction." Kedro said nothing. Thane started to speak, then stopped. Above Armageddon, the Ebon Drake fired. White fire lanced down through bleeding cloud, hive ruin, refinery tower, and plaza wound. It struck the ritual throat with the precision of hatred-made mathematics. For a heartbeat, the world below became a cathedral of light. The forming thing screamed without a mouth. Demons vanished. Cultists became shadows. The deep claw were consumed where they stood, black armor, white bone, loyal hearts and all. The blast sealed the wound in glass and ash. The demonic ritual beneath Armageddon's crust died unborn. Silence came afterward in pieces. Vox channels returned as whispers. Gravity remembered its duties in Hive Acheron. Orc mobs resumed killing anything near them. Steel Legion survivors executed wounded cultists and burned their own dead before those dead could speak. Black Dragon squads gathered what remains could be gathered, though there was little of the deep claw left beyond vitrified armor fragments, and one blackened talon fused into glass. Kedro stood at the edge of the sealed crater. Ash fell around him. His armor was cracked. His forearm blade ached beneath its brace. The air smelled of burned reality. Holt approached through the smoke with 2 armed acolytes and a recording servo skull hovering at his shoulder. "You watched them die," Holt said. "Yes. You did not protest." "No. They were your brothers." "Yes." The Inquisitor looked into the crater. "And evidence." Kedro turned his helm toward him. "They were weapons. They were spent." Holt's eyes moved to the servo skull, then back to the crater. He had everything now. Pict proof, witness proof, doctrine proof, hidden forces, mutation refined, abominations deployed, orbital fire used to erase what could not be recovered. Victory, yes, always victory. That was the poison in the case. The black dragons damned themselves by winning too well. Above them the sky brightened, not warp light, translation fire. A new fleet entered the Armageddon system, tearing from the immaterium with disciplined precision and a brilliance unlike the battered arrivals of ordinary warships. Their hulls were marked with imperial authority, older and colder than chapter pride. Torchbearer vessels formed around a golden heart of custodian command. Mechanicus ships followed, their holds carrying gene craft, sealed technologies, and the future shape of the Adeptus Astartes. Primaris grey shields waited in armored ranks within their holds, unborn to the black dragons, already armed for their wars. The Vox cleared for one impossible moment. A command signal struck every loyal channel in the system. By authority of the Indomitus Crusade, by writ of the Lord Commander, by sanction of Terror, Torchbearer fleet inbound, Custodian envoy bearing reinforcement, gene technology, and judgment. Holt looked upward. Cadro looked toward the Ebon Drake. In orbit, High Dragon Thorn watched the new fleet burn into real space and understood that the war had changed again. Not ended. Changed. The Torchbearer fleet arrived like judgment, not like rescue. Rescue had haste in it. Rescue came trailing panic, broken formation, and desperate prayers over corrupted Vox. This fleet entered real space with the cold discipline of authority that did not need to explain itself. Translation fire tore open the void above Armageddon, and from the wound came vessels of gold, gunmetal, and Martian red, their hulls bright against the ash-choked planet below. They did not stagger from the warp. They emerged in formation, void shields already layered, weapons awake, engines burning with the clean fury of ships that carried sanction from the highest towers of terror. At their heart came the custodian vessel. It did not need to be largest to dominate the Auspex. Its presence bent the attention of every loyal ship around it. Gold plating caught Armageddon's red light and threw it back like accusation. Its prow bore no pleading saints, no crowded galleries of mortal devotion. It was severe, perfect, and terrible. Behind it came Mechanicus forged craft bearing gene engines, surgical vaults, sealed reliquaries, cryogenic holds, and casketed technologies older than the men who worshipped them. Around them moved transport vessels carrying grey shields of the Indomitus Crusade, Primaris Space Marines gene, wrought by Belisarius Karl's secret arts, and loosed into a galaxy cut open by the Great Rift. The Black Dragons received them from scorched orbit. The Ebon Drake had survived too many wars in too few days. Its hull bore lance burns, splinter scars, warp abrasion, and impact craters from orc debris. Its chapels smelled of hot iron and blood. Its apothecarian vaults held black reliquaries that were not listed in any tithe manifest. Its assault bays held brothers whose armor still carried ash from Phoenix Island, plague filth from antagonists, and the invisible stain of brothers erased by orbital fire in Hive Acheron. Salvation had come. It wore suspicion like a crown. High Dragon Arvek Thorn stood in the reception nave, with Chaplain Darrig, Apothecary Mordain, Kaidro Var, and a guard of Terminators. The chamber had been prepared as protocol demanded and pride permitted. Black banners hung beside bone-white heraldry, braziers burned with furnace flame, servo skulls drifted above the honor path, trailing incense that could not hide the smell of oil and old war. The deck had been scrubbed clean of blood, but the ship remembered. Every plate did. Inquisitor Severian Holt stood apart from the chapter officers, his coat black, his rosette visible, his face composed into the kind of stillness that men mistake for calm. He had sent sealed transmissions to the Torchbearer fleet before docking permission had been exchanged. Evidence, accusation, warnings, picked captures of the Deep Claw, apothecarian footage, tribunal records, gene tithe inconsistencies, orbital fire erasing loyal abominations. Holt had done what duty required, and duty had given him no comfort. The Golden Warriors came first. Custodian Guard entered the nave, with guardian spears held upright, their armor so bright it seemed obscene aboard the Eben Drake. They moved without wasted motion, without awe, without the nervous aggression of soldiers in hostile territory. They did not seem to regard the Black Dragons as hosts, suspects, allies, or rivals. They regarded them as elements within an imperial equation already solved by higher authority. Behind them walked Alessandrios Menza. He was taller than any space marine in the chamber, save perhaps the largest of the cursed, and even those seemed crudely made beside him. His auramite armor was engraved with script so fine it resembled woven light. A red plume rose from his helm. His guardian spear rested in one hand, its blade inactive, its bolter silent, though no one present imagined either state made him less deadly. When he removed his helm, the face beneath was not kind, not cruel, not curious. It was the face of imperial certainty made flesh. Thorn inclined his head by the exact degree owed. Custodian, High Dragon. Menza's voice carried without strain. It was not loud, it simply arrived everywhere. Holt stepped forward before protocol could close around the exchange. Shield Captain Menza, I have transmitted evidentiary material regarding the gene line instability and concealed practices of this chapter. The matter requires immediate censure before further proliferation. Menza looked at him. The chamber cooled around that gaze. You are Inquisitor Severian Holt. I am. Your material has been received. Then you understand the danger. I understand there is a war below us. Holt's jaw tightened. A war fought by weapons that may themselves be compromised. Menza turned his eyes from Holt to Thorn, then to Mordain, then to Cadro's damaged forearm brace, where white bone showed beneath black adamantium. The Black Dragons will receive the Primaris gift. They will receive the instruction engines and the gene craft entrusted to this torchbearer fleet. Their grey shields will be delivered to them. Their apothecaries will be observed. The Imperium will watch what grows. Holt stared at him. You mean to reinforce them? I mean to enact command. Even with the evidence before you? Menza did not blink. Especially with the evidence before me. Containment requires knowledge. Knowledge requires survival. Survival requires war won. Thorn spoke at last. And if what grows displeases Terra, then Terra will know where to look. No threat followed. None was needed. The grey shields disembarked in silence. They came in ranks of grey ceramite and unpainted heraldry, taller than the firstborn brothers waiting to receive them, broader through the chest, their movements marked by the discipline of warriors made to a newer pattern. Their bolt rifles were mag-locked. Their helms were sealed. They bore no bone crests, no white drake markings, no scars of the rites, no shame made visible and burned into doctrine. Their armor was clean enough to offend the ship. Some black dragons watched them with hope. Hope was not a word spoken aloud. It was too soft, too human, too liable to rot. But it moved in the silence of brothers whose bones had never betrayed them, and brothers whose bones had betrayed them too much. Primaris genecraft meant stronger bodies, reinforced organs, new organs, fresh resilience. Perhaps the curse could be diluted. Perhaps it could be corrected. Perhaps future black dragons would carry the name without the blade, pushing through flesh. Others watched the grey shields as intruders. They wore strength they had not paid for. They stood in the Eben Drake's assault bay under black banners and had not walked the fire gallery. They had not killed a failing brother in the apothecarian. They had not knelt while an apothecary fitted adamantium over living bone. They had not felt the ship's gaze during the rites of bone, fire, and claw. They were giants, yes. They were space marines, yes. But they were strangers wearing the promise of a cure, and the black dragons had never trusted promises. Kedrovar despised them before the first word passed between them, not because they were weak. They were not weak. He could smell their conditioning, see the steadiness of their posture, read the calm in their weapon discipline. They were stronger than many of the brothers he had buried. That was part of the offense. Their bodies obeyed. Their flesh had not opened itself into weapons. Their pain had not been made into heraldry. They came with clean bones and the expectation of acceptance. Their sergeant was named Acasta Wren. He stood at the front of one Grey Shield squad, helm beneath one arm, close-cropped hair pale against skin that had not yet learned the soot of the ebon drake. His face was severe, but not arrogant. His eyes moved with tactical care across the chamber, recording exits, weapon positions, command figures, and the dragon claws watching from the gantries. Kedro met his gaze. Wren inclined his head. Kedro did not. Chaplain Darrig solved the question of acceptance with fire. He refused to declare the Grey Shield's black dragons in the reception nave. He refused to accept them by writ alone, though the writ had come from the Lord Commander's era and been carried by custodian hands. He refused the Mechanicus overseers when they objected. He refused Holt's sharp satisfaction when the delay appeared to suggest division. He refused even Thorn's silence until the High Dragon gave the smallest nod. The Grey Shields were taken to the Reclusium. The furnace had been fed with wreckage from Phoenix Island, bone ash from antagonists, and oil burned from the engines of slain orc vehicles. Statues still bore stains from the blood that had wept during the warp storm. The nave was lined with black dragons from every company aboard, firstborn and cursed, helmed and unhelmed. Some had obvious bone ridges, some had none. All watched. Darrig stood before the furnace. "You come with orders," he said. The Grey Shields stood in ranks. "You come with new organs, new armor, new strength. You come bearing the work of call and the authority of terror. These things are weight. They are not worth." Acasta Wren answered for them. "We are made for the Emperor's wars. Then you are made to be spent." "Yes." Darrig's eyes narrowed. "Good. Remove helms." They obeyed. Serfs opened the furnace vents. Heat rolled across the nave like a living thing. Braziers along both walls ignited. The air shimmered. Black dragons watched without shifting. The Grey Shields stood as flame crawled along the floor channels and climbed around their greaves. Armor warnings would be sounding in their helms if they wore them. They did not. Their faces remained exposed to the heat. Darrig began reciting names, not the names of heroes alone, not victories, not chapter masters carved into statues. He recited the names of brothers who had failed and been killed, brothers whose bones grew too far, brothers hidden in sealed records, brothers erased by orbital fire beneath Hive Acheron, brothers whose gene seed pulsed in black reliquaries, brothers who had bought survival with deformity and silence. Odran, Rauk, Malchior, Jorvan, Varkos, Deepclaw Kareth, Deepclaw Orman, Deepclaw Sale, Brother Argo of the Absolution, Brother Raukos taken by the Hex and returned as meat, Brother Oren, who burned before earning armor. The flames rose higher. Several Grey Shields began to show pain. One swayed, then straightened. Another's skin blistered along the cheek where the heat found him through the rebreather scar of his making. Wren stood at the front, jaw clenched, eyes forward. He said nothing. He asked nothing. Darrig raised his Crozius. "Battle cry." Wren answered first. "Fire and bone." The Grey Shields repeated it. Again. "Fire and bone." Again. Their voices became one. The Reclusium took the words and hammered them against black stone. "Bless the curse," Darrig said. The Grey Shields repeated it. Louder. "Bless the curse." Darrig walked through the fire and stood before Wren. The chaplain's armor smoked. His scarred face shone with sweat and reflected flame. "Do you ask forgiveness for what you join?" "No," Ren said. "Do you ask freedom from what we are?" "No." "Do you fear judgment?" "Yes." Darrig stared at him. Ren continued, "But I will stand in it." For the first time, Darrig seemed almost satisfied. He turned to the assembled chapter. "They endure judgment. That is enough for this hour." The grey shields left the reclusium burned, marked and accepted without warmth. Mordain received them next. His apothecarian became a shrine of obsession. Primaris gene structure fascinated him in a way that made even his assistants uneasy. He studied the sinew coils, the Magnificat, the Belisarian furnace, the reinforced organ harmony that made these warriors larger and more resilient than the older pattern of Astartes. He compared tissue samples against cursed black dragon stock. He watched osmodular response simulations run through cogitator models. He tested bone density, regenerative stress, growth thresholds, and the interaction between Primaris physiology and the chapter's unstable inheritance. Possibility lit him from within. Not salvation, expansion. "Stronger frame," he murmured, surrounded by data ghosts. "Improved tolerance, greater skeletal load capacity, faster trauma compensation. If the curse manifests..." Brother Scaphus stood beside him, silent for too long. "It may not." Mordain looked at him. "Would you call that victory?" Scaphus did not answer. Holt watched from behind a sanctioned observation field, his face pale beneath the cold apothecarian lamps. "You do not see cure." Mordain did not turn. "Cure is a priest's word." "You see a stronger vessel for mutation. I see data. You see stronger bones. I see survival. You see stronger blades." Mordain looked at him then, lenses green and depthless. "At last, Inquisitor, you begin to understand. The duel happened because Caedro demanded it, and Ren accepted before anyone could turn it into ceremony. The training cage aboard the Ebon Drake was a circular chamber of scarred iron, its floor patterned with old impact marks, dried blood seals, and blade grooves that no servitor had polished away. Black dragons gathered along the upper galleries. Grey shields stood opposite them, silent in their new black and white markings, the paint fresh, the armor beneath still too clean. Caedro entered without helm. His damaged forearm brace had been replaced with a fitted adamantium sheath, but the bone beneath had not fully healed. He carried no chainsword, no bolt pistol, only his body, his blades, and the pain he trusted. Ren entered in Mark 10 armor, with training restraints locked around his gauntlets and vambraces. He carried a blunted combat blade and a sheathed power sword rendered inert for the bout. He was taller than Caedro, faster perhaps, stronger in the clean measure of Kaal's improved design. They faced each other. Ren spoke first. "Terms?" Caedro extended his forearm blades. "Yield or inability. No lethal intent." Caedro's mouth twitched. It was not a smile. "You are new here." Darrig signaled the start. Ren moved with codex precision. He controlled distance immediately, blade low, footwork disciplined, body balanced. His first strikes tested Caedro's guard rather than seeking glory. He shifted angles, used his reach, forced Caedro to turn on the weaker side. His strength was undeniable. When his shoulder struck Caedro's chest plate, the impact drove the Dragonclaw sergeant back 2 steps. The grey shields watched without cheering. The black dragons watched like executioners. Caedro let Ren win the first exchanges. Then he stopped fighting like a duelist. He took a blow across the ribs that would have turned aside a cleaner warrior. The blunted blade cracked armor and drove pain through his side. Caedro used the impact to step in, rather than away. Ren tried to disengage. Caedro trapped his wrist between forearm blade and gauntlet, twisted until the restraint buckled, and slammed his helmless forehead into Ren's face. Blood broke from the Primaris, Sergeant's nose. Ren adapted quickly. He drove a knee into Kedro's abdomen, struck the damaged arm, and pivoted to throw him. Kedro refused the fall by driving a bone blade into the training floor. The impact jarred his arm. Pain flashed bright. He pulled himself forward along the anchored blade and hooked Ren's ankle with his boot. They went down together. Ren tried to roll into a pin. Kedro bit him, not deep, not like an animal, like a dragon claw, using what remained when elegance failed. His teeth closed through the soft seal beneath Ren's jaw guard. Ren froze for the fraction of a heartbeat required. Kedro drove one forearm blade through the outer layer of Ren's pauldron, stopping short of the flesh beneath, and pressed the other against the Primaris sergeant's throat. "Yield," Kedro said. Ren breathed through blood. "Yield!" Kedro released him and stood. The galleries remained silent. Ren rose more slowly. He touched the wound at his neck, looked at the blood on his fingers, then at Kedro. "You fight without separation between weapon and self," Ren said. Kedro retracted his blades. "There is no separation. I will remember. Remember faster next time." Ren inclined his head. This time, after a long breath, Kedro returned the gesture by the smallest degree. It was not friendship. It was enough. Menza brought the final orders in the command cathedral. The war below had not waited for rites, duels, or genecraft. Armageddon still burned. The demonic wound had been sealed in Hive Acheron, but lesser breaches spread through ash waste and refinery chain. Orc hordes had regrouped, because orcs always regrouped where guns still sounded. Traitor warbands had been detected in the wake of warp storms. Imperial Command named the renewed theater Operation Imperator, as if a name could impose obedience upon apocalypse. The hololith showed 4 Black Dragon strike cruisers marked for commitment alongside guard remnants, Mechanicus forces, and torchbearer assets. 4 companies, Menza said, 4 strike cruisers, immediate redeployment. The operational goal is containment, decapitation, and reclamation of strategic refinery nodes before wider planetary collapse. Holt stepped forward. "Shield Captain, I must insist the censure matter cannot be delayed further. You have seen the footage. You have seen the hidden formations. With custodian authority present, this chapter can be compelled before its practices spread into the Primaris line." Menza turned to him. "Your insistence is recorded." "Recorded is not action." "No, it is not." Holt's control frayed at the edges. "Then act." Menza's voice did not change. "The black dragons may be impure." The chamber stilled. Thorn did not move. Mordane's lenses glowed. Darrig's hand tightened on his Crozius. Kedro watched from the shadows, Ren beside him now, in black and white armor that still smelled faintly of fresh paint and burned flesh. Menza continued. "They are not idle. Below us is a world of the Emperor drowning beneath Xenos, traitor and demon. Until that war ends, their blades belong to him." Holt stared at the custodian, with open fury, held barely within the borders of obedience. "And after, judgment will still know the way." The matter ended, because Alessandrios Menza had ended it. No vote followed. No appeal remained. Holt gathered his data and his anger, and both looked heavier than before. The Black Dragon's fleet burned toward Armageddon again. The Ebon Drake led them, black hull descending through orbit with its launch bays opening. The Ashen Fang, Bone of Varrock, and Pyre Talon took formation around it, each carrying brothers who had survived too much to be called clean. Firstborn warriors checked bolters and chains wards. Primaris Grey Shields loaded bolt rifles, flame gauntlets, and plasma incinerators beneath the eyes of veterans who had not yet decided whether to trust them. Dragon claws knelt while apothecaries sealed adamantium over bone. Hidden chambers opened for those too altered to stand beside allies until the hour grew dark enough to require them. Chaplains walked between ranks, speaking the battle cries. Mordain prepared gene vaults and black reliquaries. Dreadnought Nithig woke inside his sarcophagus, heavy flamer purring as he muttered old names and newer hungers. Kedro stood at the edge of an assault, bay, watching the planet rise to meet them. Ren came to stand beside him. For a while, neither spoke. Below, Armageddon's clouds pulsed red where the warp had bruised them. Artillery flashes crawled across continents. Orc smokestacks blackened the horizon. Demon storms moved like wounds under the atmosphere. Ren locked his helm in place. Will this war vindicate the chapter? Kedro flexed his blades. The adamantium whispered over living bone. No. Expose it, then? Perhaps. Ren looked toward the drop pods. And if both happen? Kedro stepped into his pod and let the restraint arms close around him. Then we will still be needed. The pod doors sealed. Klaxons began their count in thunder, not numbers. The fleet drove downward, carrying Firstborn and Primaris, curse and refinement, suspicion and command, bone and fire, all bound for a war that would either damn the Black Dragons before the Imperium or prove again why the Imperium could not afford to be rid of them. Above Armageddon, 4 Black Dragons strike cruisers fired until the void shook. Macro cannons hurled shells into orbital scrap fleets, where Orc hulks drifted like iron asteroids, their engines burning dirty green, their guns firing in every direction that promised noise. Lance beams cut through ramshackle prows and gutted them from within. Broken cruisers spilled mobs, wreckage, ammunition, burning fuel, and screaming greenskins into the cold between worlds. The Eben Drake led the formation, black hull scarred and luminous with shield flare, its gun decks cycling between prayer and thunder. Ashen Fang, Bone of Varrock, and Pyre Talon held beside it, their engines bleeding blue fire as they turned Armageddon's orbit into a killing ground. Below them, the planet had split into warring layers of apocalypse. Orc war zones burned green and orange across the ash wastes. Demon scars pulsed red through hive ruins and refinery chains, wounds in reality crusted with brass, shadow, and old blood. Imperial fortress lines formed hard islands of gunfire amid the collapse, each bastion surrounded by trenches, tank wrecks, burning hab blocks, and corpse pits too full to receive more dead. Navy bombers fell through flak clouds trailing flame. Thunderhawks punched through the same storms, engines howling, hulls hammered by shells, their ramps sealed around warriors waiting for impact. Drop pods fell like black meteors, their skins burning white as they plunged toward the screaming world. There was no single front. There was no clean enemy. Orc hordes exploited shattered Imperial lines, with crew genius born from hunger for battle. World Eaters' warbands had come to Armageddon as carrion sharks drawn by slaughter, their chain axes singing in streets already slick with blood. Demonic remnants fed on the psychic wound of the planet, clawing from ash pits, furnace mouths, and the shadows beneath toppled saints. Every victory built a corpse mountain. Every corpse mountain fed the warp. Every delay gave the enemy more bodies, more rage, more momentum. High Dragon Arvek Thorn refused defensive war. He stood in the Eben Drake's command cathedral while the world burned beneath him in the hololith. Around him, serfs bled from the ears as they translated failing Vox traffic. Servitors chanted targeting solutions. Chaplain Darrig waited in scorched black armor with his Crozius grounded before him. Apothecary Mordain stood beneath cold surgical light, white plate marred by burns that no rite had yet cleaned away. Inquisitor Severian Holt stood among them, no longer an invited observer and not yet an executioner, his evidence sealed in data reliquaries at his belt. The hololith narrowed to a fortress refinery in the southern ash belt. It had once been called St. Cordain's Furnace. Now it was a demon engine the size of a city, and an orc rally point large enough to drown a hemisphere. Its refinery towers had become horns. Its pressure stacks breathed blood steam. Orc glyphs had been nailed over imperial saints. Brass veins pulsed through the walls. Gargant crews fed shells into guns mounted on cathedral roofs, while world eaters killed beneath them for no reason beyond the glory of the kill. Demonic machinery had fused with promethium reservoirs, turning the entire complex into a beating heart of fire, rage, and corruption. If it stood, billions died. If it died, the blast would poison continents, ignite fuel networks beneath friendly lines, and kill Imperial formations still fighting within its shadow. Holt read the projection and understood before Thorn spoke. "You mean to destroy it?" Thorn's helm turned slightly. "Yes. There are guard regiments inside the outer ring." "Yes. Mechanicus cohorts still hold the eastern stacks." "Yes. You will kill them. I will end the node." Holt's face tightened. "You make murder sound like geometry." Darrig answered from the shadows. "War is geometry drawn in blood." Menza stood in gold at the edge of the chamber, silent until then. The custodian's presence filled the room without effort. "Can the node be taken intact?" Thorn looked back to the hololith. "No." "Can the node be contained?" "No." "Then destruction is the remaining loyal act." Holt looked from the custodian to the high dragon, and hatred moved behind his eyes because authority had again chosen necessity over cleanliness. Thorn opened the fleet-wide vox. "All companies commit. Tactical squads seize the outer bastions and hold only long enough to turn the enemy inward. Devastators anchor fire corridors along the northern and western causeways. Primaris intercessors hold breach lines with bolt rifles and plasma support. Aggressor units and flame sections purge the tunnel networks. Dragon claws and deep claws strike the command heart. Ancient Nithig will lead the frontal furnace assault. No withdrawal order will be given until the charges are armed." No one asked about survival. Survival was a result, not an objective. The assault fell upon St. Cordain's furnace like a black storm. Tactical squads came down in drop pods across the outer bastions, doors blasting open into orc mobs, blood cults and furnace smoke. Bolters spoke in controlled volleys, tearing greenskins from parapets and bursting cultists into sprays of red meat and bone fragments. Devastators landed among ruined pilgrim shelters and established fire lanes beneath flak bursts. Heavy bolters punching through charging mobs, Lascannons burning through looted armor, missile launchers cracking open killer khans that staggered onward for several steps before collapsing into burning scrap. Primaris intercessors deployed in disciplined ranks along the breach lines. Their bolt rifles fired with a deeper, flatter thunder than the old bolters, each mass reactive round detonating inside orc torsos, world eater joints, demon flesh, and corrupted machine plating. Aggressors walked beside flame units into the tunnel networks, their gauntlets roaring, their flamestorm weapons turning maintenance arteries into rivers of white heat. Promethium washed over cultists packed so tightly that they died standing, bodies fused against one another, mouths open in silent blackened screams. Then Nithig strode into the front gate. The dreadnought's sarcophagus broadcast old war hymns through static and flame. His heavy flamer burned in a continuous stream, a banner of fire held before him. Shells struck his chassis, chain axes sparked from his armor. Orc rockets burst across his shoulders. He did not slow. His power fist closed around a charging berserker and reduced him to red paste inside ceramite. He hurled the corpse into an orc gun crew and burned the survivors before they could stand. "Meet at the gate," Nithig roared. "Meet in the furnace. Meet awaiting judgment." Kadro Var descended through the refinery's throat. He led the dragon claws through a service chasm that pulsed like the inside of a beast. Pipes along the walls expanded and contracted with wet rhythm, carrying promethium, blood, and warp-heated pressure through organs that had once been machinery. The walls sweated black fuel. Imperial saints stared down from niches where orc glyph plates had been nailed over their faces. Some statues still wept molten wax. Some moved, when no one looked directly at them. World Eaters waited in the dark below. They came in chain axe packs, red armor scarred by old slaughter, brass trim clotted with ash, helms shaped into snarling masks. Their vox channels were not words, but howls. They hit the dragon claws in the chasm's lowest gallery with the force of falling engines. The battle became too close for formation. Caedro met the first berserker shoulder to shoulder. The traitor's chain axe bit into his pauldron and chewed downward, ceramite fragments flying. Caedro drove his right forearm blade into the warrior's eye lens. The adamantium edge punched through glass, skull and brain, but the World Eater's body continued forward under momentum. Caedro let it carry him into the wall, then ripped free and used the corpse to block the next axe stroke. Thane lost his bolt pistol in the first seconds and killed with teeth, elbows and bone. Ren fought beside him now, Primaris armor black and white, bolt rifle mag locked to his back because there was no room to aim. He drove a combat blade into a berserker's throat and held the traitor long enough for Thane to hack through the spine with a chainsword whose teeth screamed against ceramite. Holt was trapped with them because the refinery did not care about rank. A collapsing gantry had cut him off from his acolytes and driven him into Caedro's assault route. He fought with bolt pistol and power blade, competent but human amid gods and butchered demigods. A World Eater lunged for him, chain axe raised. Caedro struck from the side, tore out the traitor's throat cables with one gauntlet, then drove his forearm blade up through the jaw and into the helm. Blood and machine fluid sprayed across Holt's coat. Another guardsman stumbled from a side passage, armor split, eyes glowing faintly red. He was begging or praying, or both. Horn buds pushed beneath the skin of his brow. Caedro fired into his chest before the transformation completed. Holt grabbed his arm. He was still a man. Caedro looked down at the Inquisitor. Around them, World Eaters howled. Orcs fired through smoke. The walls beat like a diseased heart. The dead guardsman twitched once and began to smoke, where the corruption in him failed to find a living body. "You wanted proof of what we are," Caedro said. "Keep watching." He tore his arm free and charged deeper. The command heart lay beneath the central refinery stack, where the demon engine's life support systems had fused with the old atmospheric and pressure controls. Mordain reached it with a guard of apothecaries, dragon claws, and two deep claw brothers, whose armor scraped the ceiling. The chamber was a cathedral of pipes, lungs, cogitators, and meat. Control consoles had become rib cages. Valves opened and closed like mouths. Human workers were sealed into the walls, still alive, their nervous systems wired into pressure regulators. Mordain did not hesitate. He opened the first control shrine with his narthecium and began cutting. Holt arrived minutes later with Caedro's squad, just in time to hear the apothecary speak across the chamber vox. "You wanted confession, Inquisitor. Receive it in the proper chapel." Mordain's white armor was slick with black fuel and blood. His left arm was buried elbow deep inside the living machinery. Warning runes flashed across every surface. He had begun routing overload commands through his own armor systems, his black carapace and the implanted organs beneath. "I preserved cursed stock," Mordain said. "I refined it. I selected what would survive. I guided growth that would otherwise have killed hosts too valuable to discard." Holt raised his pistol, though even he seemed unsure at what. Mordain continued. "Thorn knew. Darrig knew. The chapter knew. We chose survival over purity because dead chapters do not defend mankind. We chose victory over comfort because comfort is a disease of those guarded by others." Holt's voice was harsh. "You admit heresy. I admit function. You damned your own bloodline." "No." Mordain looked toward Caedro. "I listened to what it was already saying." The chamber shook as Nithig reached the demon engine above them. The ancient dreadnought had pushed through the frontal furnace assault into the central stack, where a demon engine of brass ribs, chained wheels, and screaming faces guarded the final pressure locks. It towered over him, too large for any sane engagement. Its claws tore through his left shoulder plating. Its furnace mouth vomited warp fire across his sarcophagus. Nithig stepped into it. "Little engine," he growled. "Old coffin." He seized the demon engine by its front limbs and held, his power fist locked around a brass tendon. His heavy flamer jammed against the thing's open mouth and fired until the weapon casing glowed. The demon engine thrashed, tearing armor from him, splitting plates, cracking the ancient sarcophagus shell. Nithig's war hymn became static, then laughter, then a grinding roar as melter charges were armed beneath its pinned body. "Judgment," Nithig said. The charges activated. Below, Mordane's overload neared completion. The refinery's corrupted life support engine fought him. Tendrils of cable pierced his armor. Bone hooks from the walls drove into his chest. His blood pressure collapsed across the apothecarian feed. He kept working. The black reliquary at his belt pulsed with gene seed recovered from dead brothers, including Rauch's unstable stock, including secrets that Holt would have burned and Mordane had kept. Kadro fought to hold the chamber entrance. A World Eater's champion broke through the last Dragonclaw screen, larger than the others, chain axe roaring, helm crowned in brass. He cut Brother Seravan in half from shoulder to hip. He smashed Thane aside with a backhand that cracked the younger warrior's helm. He came for Mordane. Kadro met him. The chain axe descended and struck Kadro's left forearm blade. The damaged bone, stressed by too many wars and too little healing, broke. Pain became white emptiness. The blade sheared away in a spray of blood and fragments, leaving a jagged stump of bone jutting from the torn vambrace. Kadro staggered. The champion laughed through his vox grill and raised the axe again. Kadro drove the broken stump into the champion's abdomen. It was not sharp enough to pierce cleanly. He forced it anyway. He used the ruin of his own skeleton as a stake, punching through weakened armor, through flesh, through the hot meat beneath. The World Eater howled and tried to pull away. Kadro stepped in, pinning him against the machinery with his broken arm buried inside him. "Ren!" Kadro snarled. The Primaris sergeant came from the side. His power sword ignited and struck through the champion's neck joint. The head came free in a burst of blood, cables and blackened saliva. The body spasmed around Kadro's arm, then collapsed, dragging him down with it. Ren hauled him upright. For a heartbeat, Dragonclaw and Primaris stood face to face amid flame, blood and failing machinery. No warmth passed between them. No words of brotherhood were needed. Shared horror had done what ceremony could not. Mordane laughed. It was a wet, broken sound over the vox, blood choking the transmission. "Overload accepted," he said. "The furnace will eat itself." Holt stepped toward him. "Apothecary, stand down. You will answer." Mordane looked at the Inquisitor through cracked lenses. "No, Holt. I will be sighted." The chamber lights turned white. Mordane's body became the final circuit. His armor locked. His organs ruptured one by one under the load. The demon refinery screamed through every pipe. Somewhere above, Nithig's melter charges detonated, and the pinned demon engine died with a roar that shook the fortress from root to spire. Mordane's last transmission was laughter, blood, and Binharic static. Then the world became fire. St. Cordain's furnace died in a hemisphere-sized firestorm. The central stack collapsed inward first, dragging the demon machinery into the Prometheum reservoirs below. Then the reservoirs ignited. The blast rolled outward in a wall of white and orange so vast it erased armies in a single breath. Orc hordes vanished beneath it. World Eaters died mid-charge, their armor glowing before flesh became ash inside it. Demons screamed as flame mixed with sanctified lance fire and overloaded pressure cores tore their anchors from the world. Imperial formations still fighting in the outer ring died with the enemy, their last Vox bursts swallowed by thunder. From orbit, the firestorm looked like a new sunrise born wrong. The enemy offensive collapsed, not cleanly, never cleanly. Orc survivors kept fighting wherever their lungs still drew air. Demonic remnants clawed at the edges of the blast scar. World Eaters hunted through burning ruins until black dragons and steel legion guns put them down. But the momentum node was gone. The hemisphere did not fall. Hive lines that should have broken held by the margin of 1 billion dead and 1 murdered refinery. Afterward, ash fell like grey snow. The surviving black dragons gathered in the blast shadow beyond the dead furnace. Their black armor had been scorched to grey. Their white markings were stained red-brown by blood, soot, and the runoff of a poisoned sky. Dragon. Claws knelt beside Primaris intercessors. Tactical veterans leaned on empty bolters. Aggressors vented heat from ruined gauntlets. Dreadnought Nithig did not return. Mordain did not return. Too many names would be spoken once, then sealed into silence. Holt stood with his data reliquaries intact. His evidence was complete. So was the record of victory. Alexandrios Menza arrived through the ash with custodian stride, gold dulled by war dust. He looked across the kneeling black dragons, across Kadro's broken arm, across Ren's bloodied blade, across Darrig, standing with Mordain's recovered gene reliquary in both hands. Holt approached him. "You saw." "I saw." "You heard Mordain's confession." "I heard." "Then judgment cannot be delayed forever." "No," Menza said. "It cannot." Holt waited for more. The custodian looked toward the distant firestorm, where the refinery's death still reddened the sky. "The Imperium survives by weapons it cannot bear to look at." "That is not absolution." Menza's gaze returned to him. "No." Nothing else came. Darrig raised the recovered reliquary before the kneeling chapter. It was blackened, cracked, and still sealed. Whatever Mordain had preserved inside it had survived the furnace. Whether that was miracle, crime, or curse, none in the ash field could say without lying. Kaidro Var knelt with the others. His left forearm ended in a broken, bandaged ruin where the blade had snapped. His armor was split in 7 places. One helm lens was dark. Blood ran from beneath his gorget and dried black across his chest eagle. Ren knelt beside him, Primaris plate scorched. One hand braced against the ground, as if the world still moved beneath him. Darrig's voice carried across the field. "Worlds will condemn us. Men will cheer us until commanded to fear us. The clean will name us shame. The dead will know the price." He lowered the reliquary. "Fire and bone." The surviving brothers answered, voices broken, vox grills cracked, but united. "Fire and bone." Darrig looked to Kadro. The Dragonclaw sergeant lifted his ruined arm. Pain moved through him like prayer. He did not ask it to stop. "Bless the curse," Kadro said. The words passed through the ash field, from firstborn to Primaris, from the unmutated to the visibly damned, from the living to the reliquaries of the dead. Bless the curse. Above them, Armageddon still burned. Beyond them, the Inquisition still watched. Tomorrow, the Imperium would remember its fear and sharpen knives for the monsters that had saved it. Tonight, it lived because the Black Dragons had been monstrous enough to win.